Thanks for coming in today. It is a snowy day in Newburgh, New York. Rex Weather Force is doing it justice on Stewart Airport, because this is exactly what it looks like outside right now for me. It's starting to get snow on the ground again, just after we had finally gotten rid of it all, and there it comes back for more. Gotta love this handcrafted Stewart Airport that they've got for us though now. It really does make the airport look super duper nice. Very realistic. The snow effect is making it really nice. You got snow on the runway, snow on the taxiways. The ramps surprisingly clear. The tower's covered in snow. The trees are covered in snow. It's a wintry day in the Hudson Valley area of New York. And we're going to do some CJ flying. I've got our CJ4 out again. We're just going to do some random flying, chat. We're going to do Stewart to Teterboro for the first leg, Teterboro to Akron, Ohio on the second leg, and then when we get to Akron, if I'm still in the mood, we'll find a random flight from Akron to somewhere, and we'll do a third leg potentially. Just flying in random flights that are going on the real world in other citations that we can pretty much mimic. They weren't necessarily Citation CJ4s, but they were citations, and we're just going to kind of go and mimic those flights on FlightAware, get real-world routes and all that stuff, make things pretty easy. So let's go ahead and get this airplane turned on. I'm going to go ahead and do it the cheating way again, as always, to get this thing started. Hit Control-E. Fuel-wise, I'm not worried about the fuel on this leg. We're going to have to adjust the fuel more once we get to Teterboro, because we'll have the longer leg to Akron. So let's let this thing start up. ZUI_CT, thanks for coming in today. You don't have to. I understand if you can't, but I appreciate it if you do. The thought always is very nice. Thank you, sir. Let's brighten these up so that you can actually see in the stream while those engines are getting started. Sure our screens are as bright as they can be. Looks like they are. Let's go ahead and get this thing set up, shall we? The first things first, we are doing this quick route right here from Stewart to Teterboro. So we'll depart out of SWF. We have to wrap around here a little bit, but we'll go into Teterboro. You got snow in both places, so it'll be white and wintry the whole flight. Definitely going to need to have the anti-ice on for the duration of the flight. It looks like it's not going to be a very long flight either. It should only take about 20 to 30 minutes to do it. So we have the Stewart 9 departure out of Stewart that we're going to fly. So if we come over here, first of all, Stewart Airport, I'm very familiar with because this is my home airport. We're up here in the Citation ramp. So Citation has a building here and a hangar and a ramp. So we're up here on a hotel. So we're going to be hotel short of Alpha 7. Plenty of runway to go at the intersection there, so that's not going to be an issue. And then the Stewart 9 departure, if we come down here, open that up. Looks like the weather is wind 0505. Oh, never mind. So instead of the short taxi to 27 here, chat, we're actually going to have to cross and then cross again and go down to runway 9. So we're going to have quite a lengthy taxi because it's going to be runway 9 for departure. And on the Stewart 9 departure, we have a bit of a heading here. We got 092 until we get to 2,000 feet, and then a 080 heading on the Stewart 9 departure with the top altitude of 3,000. So we'll go ahead and program all that into our FMS. And yeah, we're going to have a nice long taxi this morning. Let's go ahead and get this thing initialized. Our position init right there. Flight plan, Kilo Sierra, Whiskey, Foxtrot to Teterboro, Kilo Tango Echo Bravo. And we'll do departure Stewart 9 off of runway 9. Huguenot, throw that in there. So all that is set, and then after Huguenot, what was it? It was Victor 489 to Cote, C-O-A-T-E. And then after Cote, it's just direct, so we'll put a direct in there. Teterboro, the wind is 010 at 7. So I'm assuming the ILS 6 is what they would be using in the real world. I feel like that's pretty straightforward, so we're going to throw the ILS-6 in there. We'll execute that. So now all that is in there. The vector is correct, so we'll be able to do this departure on nav. Dandy, everything is in there. Should really actually do the arrival all the way from Solberg here, just in case. They have us go all the way out to like Vings, is something that in real world they do quite a bit on that arrival into Teterboro. They usually have you at Vings, and then Dandy mandatory 1,500 feet before down on the glide and all that. So we'll make sure we take care of all that, but that's good that the flight plan's got the little vector in there. So like I said, we will be able to go off of nav for this departure. Vertical speed, we'll start at 2,000 feet a minute and a climb for vertical speed. So that is all set. In terms of performance in it, we're going to go only to 4,000 feet. We have 2 passengers and 50 pounds of bags on board. That's going to be all day what we're going to be using. Takeoff off of runway 9. We said there's wind 050 at 5 here at Stewart. The temperature was -1. And I'll talk to you guys in the chat in a second. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get all this set up. Nick Grezlo, thanks for coming in today. It's a wet runway because it's snowy. Anti-ice on. We'll send those speeds. And then since this is going to be such a quick flight, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just get the approach speeds in as well. So the winds at Teterboro are 010 at 7. Temperature at Teterboro is -1, or is 1 degree actually. It's 1 degree C. It's going to also be a wet runway there. The anti-ice will also be on there. Doesn't let you actually turn it on for the approach, but we'll send the speeds right there. Boom. Okay, so now all the speeds are sent for both takeoff and for the arrival. So those are all put in there, so that's good. They will all be appropriately in there. I'm not really worried about anything in terms of VNAV because, well, we're only going up to 4,000 feet. So in essence, the box is all set. Everything's good to go. We don't have a squawk code. We're just going to give ourselves a fake squawk code for now. Just because we're not going to have any ATC here out of Stewart. So we're going to be essentially cleared as file. All that's good. We're on Unicom 122.8. So everything is set the way we want it. Get those off because the engines have started. We'll get the logo light on just because. Get the seat belts on for the passengers since we're going to be taxiing out here soon.
The captain has turned on the seatbelt sign.
And the seatbelt sign is going to stay on for this whole flight because it's a lengthy flight. Or not a lengthy flight, excuse me. It's a very short flight. We want this to be present position. There we go. Alright, so we're all set to go here on our end, chat. What do we say we get this baby rolling? Go ahead and pull the old parking brake here. And we'll taxi on out. We got a long taxi. Again, we got a real quick. We're over here at the Citation hangar. We got to come up here, cross right here on Alpha 7, then Alpha, cross again right here, and go all the way down Alpha for runway 9. So a bit of a lengthy taxi got coming up. But Titanium Druid, thanks for coming in today. Good to see everybody in the chat. We'll go ahead and get started on this nice lengthy taxi that we have. Single engine taxi. We're on 2 engines, but yeah, I guess a single engine taxi wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world for a long taxi. But we're on both engines. We got plenty of fuel. And plus, you don't ever really want a taxi on single engine when you have taxiways that are contaminated like this with snow. You always want to have both engines running when you're taxiing when it comes to wet or contaminated taxiways, runways, stuff like that. So actually, in this case, because of the snow, you wouldn't even taxi on single engine. You would go with the safety of having both engines. Stewart traffic, Citation 124 Mike Charlie's crossing runway 927, Stewart traffic. Get the flaps 15 before I forget, have those set for takeoff. we are clear left and right. Probably should have done that before crossing, chat, not gonna lie. Stewart traffic citation 124 Mike Charlie is clear of runway 927. Yeah, the airlines, when the taxiways are all messed up, they're gonna taxi on 2 engines, without a doubt. 100%. Anytime you have single engine, it's gonna be just a different way that the thrust works, because obviously you've got thrust on one side and not the other, and it makes it more difficult to control the aircraft, especially when you're on a slippery or slick, taxiways or runways or what have you. So you always taxi on 2 engines when the conditions are poor. Stewart traffic citation 4 Mike Charlie is crossing runway 1634. Stewart traffic. Clear right, clear left. Now we're gonna taxi pretty quick here. I wouldn't taxi this quick in real life with the contaminated taxiway, obviously, chat, but we got such a long taxi here that we're gonna take a little bit of liberty in the sim. This is the only mistake at this field, is you see these lines, these yellow lines that are in, they should be pointing out. So that's the only thing that they messed up in the handcrafted scenery here. But it is definitely a wintry day in the Stewart area. This is real weather, real time. This is a long, long runway to taxi down for a takeoff, chat, as you can tell. That is correct, Mr. Gresla. Bush League Backcountry Fly-In number 15 is tomorrow night. I plan on participating and also streaming that tomorrow evening. As long as it doesn't look like I'm going to get called into work at like 4 in the morning the next day. So as long as it doesn't look like I'm going to get a super early wake-up call on Tuesday, then yes, tomorrow night, Monday night, plan on being a part of the Bush League Backcountry Fly-In number 5 with the Bush Hooligans over in the Downwind Sim Discord. I'm looking forward to that. Candy Monster, thanks for coming in today. Good morning / afternoon to you, sir. We're in our beloved Citation CJ4 once again. And we are going to be departing out of Stewart here whenever I get to the end of the very long runway, runway 9, on our way to Teterboro. Yeah, it's in Alaska. We're losing some of our snowy conditions in the sim. This is weird. Rex Weather Force is making some updates, I guess. Anyways, now that the long taxi is finally coming to a conclusion here, chat, let's go ahead and depart. Titanium Druid, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Nick Gresla. Stewart traffic, citation 124 Mike Charlie is departing runway 9, Stewart 9 departure. Stewart traffic. Much appreciated as always on the gifted sub there, Titanium Druid. You are the man. Let's go, chat. All that taxi just to use almost no runway. Isn't that funny? Let's go ahead and get the yaw damper, autopilot on. Bring this power back because this thing loves to climb in a hurry. But what we're going to do is we're just going to go right to our 4,000 instead of doing the top altitude of 3,000 since there is no ATC right now. Get the flaps up. Stewart traffic, Citation 4, Mike Charlie is departing the area. Stewart traffic. There's our 2,000. We should be on the 080 heading. So it didn't take that as well as I thought it would. So we'll go right ahead into the heading and do it ourselves. And we'll only go 1,500 feet a minute in the climb now. Because again, 4,000 is our cruise altitude. So we really don't have very far to go here in terms of the climb. So we got to be careful with our speeds there. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start my left turn here now. And start going towards Huguenot with a left turn.
Altitude.
3,000 for 4,000. Get a good view of the Hudson River. Nice snowy city of Newburgh this afternoon. Keep that heading going in the direction of Huguenot here. Because then what I'll do is I will go here to my legs, Huguenot, up on top, there it is, hit nav, and we'll go direct to Huguenot, get on to the flight plan route. We're on our way. Yeah, this thing is like a rocket ship when it wants to be. I did not set up our wing view, so let's go ahead and do that now. There we go. See, not much to see in the wing view right now. We are definitely in the soup, and we will be most likely be in the soup the entire way to Teterboro dealing with this. And we've got all of our anti-ice on because of the conditions, so that's taken care of. Barely make out the snowy ground below us as we got some ground contact as we make our way here. Does look like our buddy Chris has signed on to Yardley sector of New York approach, which will cover the airport of Teterboro. So 2855 is going to be his frequency. We'll start listening to him, and we'll wait for the contact me from him to talk to him, but we can definitely start listening to him in the meantime. He also put up an ATIS for Teterboro. I'm just going to pull up the text information here. He's advertising ATIS Kilo. 8 miles, overcast 1,400, ILS 6. So that's all as we expected. We do have the ILS 6 already in the box, so that'll be good to go. So we can get rid of the Stewart stuff now, and we'll come over to some Teterboro stuff on the right side and talk about this ILS 6 real quick. Alright, ILS 6, 1089, final approach course 060. That's all going to be set up automatically by the airplane since we have it in the box. We got a Mauser lighting system on the approach here. 2,000 at Vings, 1,500 mandatory at Dandy. Because of the flow into Newark, we have to be mandatorily at 1,500 feet at Dandy there. And then on down on the glide slope. Misapproach, be climbed to 1,000, climbing left turn to 3,500 on the radial 335 to the pattern intersection and hold. We got 6,013 feet of runway available here, 150 feet wide, plenty of room. If we can make this right here, that would be great. I believe that's Lima. If not, we can continue all the way down and take to the end of the runway if we need to, and get a better look at that. Pulling up the airport diagram. I was correct, it's Lima. I'm going to try to make Lima. If not, then of course we can just go to the end on Alpha across here. We're going to taxi to Atlantic. So Atlantic FBO is this one right here next to the star, next to where the tower is. So we're going to park right about here somewhere when we do get to Teterboro, and we'll set up for whatever our next leg is going to be, which I believe I'm going to do Akron-Canton as my second leg. Chris is saying I can contact him at Huguenot if I want. All right, I will do that. And we're moving right along here. Not much to this route, chat, since really we're not going super far. We're almost at Huguenot already, going to Teterboro. And again, because we're going low, we can't go above 250, so it's not exactly, we have super duper high, fast-paced action going on right now, but it is such a short flight. And again, I'm just mimicking a flight that was done in the real world already today by a different citation. Same with the one to Akron. Going out of Teterboro, just a random citation flight that I decided to pick up on, and we'll do that flight next on. Gaki, yes sir, this is Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. We are in the working title modded Citation CJ4. And we've got some snowy conditions right now in the northeast US. No, this is not 2 Romeo Foxtrot. This is 124 Mike Charlie. No, I'm not mimicking 2 Romeo Foxtrot. I just found random flights on FlightAware that happen to be citations for the legs that I'm doing today. They're not even the same airplane, just random flights. Oh, a little bit of sim lag here, chat. It's gonna be because of the weather. Rex Weather Force probably injecting a little bit of new weather information there. That's probably what the reason for the lag was for. New York approach, good afternoon. Citation 124, Mike Charlie's over Huguenot 4000.
November 124, Mike Charlie, New York approach, squawk 1073 IDA.
1073, and we'll flash you for Citation 124, Mike Charlie.
Citation 4, Mike Charlie, ready to contact over the Huguenot via maintain 4000. It'll be vectors ILS-6, the Teterboro altimeter 3001.
4000 vectors ILS-6, Citation 4, Mike Charlie. As expected, chat. So the approach is briefed, and we're all set up and ready to go. So not everything works yet, but it's definitely way better than the default. So the working title mod, they've made it so that the VNAV works, the FMS all works, a lot of the buttons work now, so it functions as close as you can get right now to the real thing in Flight Sim 2020. So it's definitely way, way better than the default with this mod. Would highly recommend it if you're interested in flying the CJ4. It's working title, so if you Google working title CJ4, it'll give you the link to the GitHub where they've got the download for the beta. If someone in the chat wants to pull up the link on their own to send away for everyone else, I would appreciate it. I can't really pull it up right now. So we haven't gotten a heading yet, so as it stands right now, we're just kind of staying on our course here. We'll wait for further instructions here from our buddy on approach, who's going to get us vectored in for runway 6.
Citation for Mike Charlie, turning left, heading 180.
Left 180, citation for Mike Charlie. So heading 180, chat. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go put this into nav, get ready for the ILS when we get closer. The airplane, like I said, because we have 6 put into the FMS here, we'll be able to pick it up on its own. It will set up for us. The airplane is very nice to do that for us. ILS 6, very good. So what I'm just going to do here, chat, is I'm just going to put Solberg up at the top since it's irrelevant now. But then we'll eventually have the lines drawn for the final when we get over there. Since you can't really do like a PVOR or anything like that yet in the sim. That'll have to do for now. Definitely getting some precip on us. Not exactly the best view in the world for our passengers. You just see the water streaking across the windscreen. It's cool that you could still see that even in the showcase cam. Well, we've got some moves to make here pretty soon, I'm guessing, so we'll keep ourselves focused in the cockpit in the meantime. Well, I went on VATSIM, my plane won't start up on apron, had to cancel. I don't know. Did you try using the quick starting method, which is Control-E on your keyboard? So if you hold Control-E, if you press that, it usually will quick start any aircraft that you have. But otherwise, I don't know what aircraft you were using, and so I don't know how to answer that for you 100%. Thanks for coming in today on a Sunday afternoon, a snowy Sunday afternoon in my area, chat. Appreciate you being here. Got nothing else to do today because of the snow. Certainly not going to go drive anywhere. So, figured I'd get on and do a couple of legs in the CJ4 for you guys on the stream. Chill out. Third day of 2021.
Hey, New York approach. Good morning. TBM 63 Tango Pop descending 1000 to 9000.
November 638 Tango Papa, New York approach, squawk 1024 and ident.
One 324 and here's your ident, 60 Tango Pop.
And TBM 3 Tango Papa, you ready to contact 15 miles west Carmel via wire. You said to maintain 5,000 and be back to ILS 6 to Teterboro altimeter 3001.
Alright, so maintain 5,000 for the ILS 6 to 63 Tango Papa.
Not snowing there, just cold, rain for you guys. Must be nice. I got the snow. I'm not a huge fan of snow, so I'm not particularly happy about it. No, I haven't done Charlie Yankee Echo Golf at all lately. Can't say that I have. We're still a bit of ways out from Vings here, as you can see. So we're just cruising along at our 250 knots, waiting for our vectors for the ILS. 6 into Teterboro. Edmonton Oilers, yes sir. So yeah, I'm a big New Jersey Devils fan. But no, I haven't been to Edmonton at all. They're going to fly down to East Hampton on the 18th. Yeah, go while you can, because I think there's more talks about them trying to close that airport again. Because everyone's too busy bitching about the noise, as always. About 100 miles from Hanscom. Nice. Yeah, that'd be a solid cross country. East Hampton was always a popular choice at my flight school for use for cross countries. And we're got some snowy ground below us.
Citation 4 Mike Charlie, descend and maintain 3,000.
3,000 for my Charlie. We'll just go 1,000 feet a minute. And the descent here. Oh, they've been talking about closing it for years too, though, because everyone always that's in that area complains about the noise. So we'll see if it actually happens or not, but seems like there's always some airport that's threatened to be closed because of too much noise complaints from the people that live around it. That would be Gobreski, West Hampton. Another solid choice, KFOK. Definitely a much longer runway there.
NTABS 3, Tango Papa, proceed to the Sparta VOR, Sierra Alpha X-ray.
Direct Sierra Alpha X-ray, 60 Tango Papa.
Yeah, Citation 4 Mike Charlie, turn left heading 160.
160 for Mike Charlie. Yeah, well, for the general population, that's not how it works, Mr. Gresla, unfortunately. Nads Fly, thanks for coming in today. Thank you for the follow. Might have to use the little boys' room when we land down here at Teterboro, chat. Stomach is a little bit unhappy all of a sudden. So we might have to make use of the facilities at the FBO once we land before we start our second leg. We'll focus on... Oh, I almost forgot to turn on my landing rate meter. Let's get that on before I forget, chat. There we go. Make sure that we get our landing rates in. Almost forgot.
Citation 4 Mike Charlie, descend and maintain 2,000.
2,000 for Mike Charlie. A little bit of lag there in the sim, probably again because Rex just put in a little bit of a weather update.
Altitude.
And we are getting closer to the New York City area as we go to Teterboro, so that could also be a reason for the little bit of laggy lag there. Definitely making my graphics card work. We hope the frames improve a little bit as we get closer. Because it's a little bit more stuttery for my tastes, but...
Citation 4 Mike Charlie, 8 miles from Bings, turn left heading 090, maintain 2,000 until established. You clear the ILS runway 6 approach Teterboro.
090, 2000 till established, cleared ILS 6. Citation 124 Mike Charlie. Oh, we are a little bit on the laggy side, chat. Let's see if it'll pick up,
KBM 3
hopefully.
Tango Papa, turn left heading 190, descend and maintain 4,000.
190, 4,000, 60 Tango Papa.
Come on, Sim, I believe in you. We can do this. Kool-Aid Jammer 07, thanks for coming in today. At least the stream isn't lagging. It's just the sim. Hoping it'll smooth out here. No, you definitely don't do that. You have to read back the taxi instructions. Definitely not something that you do, Kool-Aid Jammer. Those pilots that said Roger definitely do not know what they're doing. Where is a good place training on SimPilot? So there's a group called VATSTAR on VATSIM that does pilot training for like general aviation stuff like that. If you want to take a look at that potentially, if that's something you're interested in. Man, this is super laggy. Again, this is probably just because it's going towards the New York airspace, the New York area, and because of the weather conditions also. My computer seems to just be struggling a little bit here, but I'm not even using. I'm only using 74% of my CPU and 46% of my GPU, so I'm not exactly sure why I'm getting this lag. So that's weird. Your current bandwidth is too low to properly stream. Okay, let's do that. My computer bandwidth is perfectly fine, just for the record, chat, so I think this is a Flight Sim 2020 issue. I'm hardwired, so it's definitely not Wi-Fi that's causing it. It's going to be 100% a Flight Sim 2020 issue, just with this area for whatever reason. Oh, we got to blow through the localizer here.
Maintain 3,000.
3,000, 60 Tango Papa.
Yeah, I'm hardwired with Cat 7 cables, so it's definitely not my internet. It's going to have to be just an issue with Flight Sim 2020 for whatever reason.
Citation 4, Mike Charlie, runway 60, clear to land, wind 0405.
6 clear to land, Citation 4, Mike Charlie.
And approach, all our avionics are kind of hitting the fritz, so we're not getting any altitude readings.
You can see that took out all the buildings and everything, and it's still lagging.
PFD's not working either.
This is going to be a Flight Sim 2020 thing, it looks like, and I'm going to have to potentially just give the sim a little bit of a reboot after this leg here before we start the next one. Because I'm not dropping frames on my stream, so it's not my stream's fault today. It's just VATSIM 2020. Not happy with, I guess, the snow and everything. Just not happy.
Take a pop. If you can stop your descent, I'll show you 3,200.
Okay, we'll try to level it off here. So Tango Papa.
Yeah, VATSIM 2020 with issues, no surprises.
And so we take a pop. Total left heading 130. Descent and maintain 2,000.
Alright, 130, 2000. We're looking 60 Tango Papa.
I guess anytime you add any little bit of weather or other conditions besides clear when you're going into some of the bigger areas like Boston, New York, after the most recent update, it just seems like it's always been the case where it's been really laggy and slow and brutal. You know, because again, I'm not having any issues when it comes to my stream or my internet. I'm looking at all my information
Right,
with my
yeah, we're not getting anything on here, so it's going to probably have to be a visual approach. I think I'm on a 120 heading here. Just let me know how I look.
Roger, just continue left turn heading 090.
Alright, 090.
Definitely more of a sim issue.
Roger, continue 60 Tango Papa.
3 Tango Papa, for this visual, the ceiling is 1,400 overcast, the lowest I could give you is 1,800. Unless if you could somehow make the ground out and maintain terrain and obstacle clearance.
Roger, that will continue down, handle it now, 60 Tango Papa.
Bring the gear down. If you guys want to make a landing rate guess, I mean, we'll see what kind of landing rate can actually get with the sim being all choppy and laggy like it is, but if you guys want to make a guess, you know, you're welcome to do so. I do have the meter on. So that is a whole cluster mess that's over there going on right now.
And approach 60 Tango Papa. Which direction the airport for us?
And TVM 3 Tango Papa Airport's going to be at 9 to 10 o'clock.
See if I can somehow hand fly this thing with the lag, chat.
3 Tango Papa.
Yeah, 3 Tango Papa, looks like you went to the localizer, turning left heading 050 to return.
Alright, 050, and yeah, we gotta be a visual approach. We can't do the ILS right now.
Roger.
And give us that heading again, 60 Tango Papa.
Yeah, 3 Tango Papa, turn left heading 050.
050, thanks.
Not gonna lie, this is kind of difficult to fly when the sim is this choppy and bugged out.
Airport's in sight, 60 Tango Papa.
TVM 3 Tango Papa, to clear visual approach, runway 6, you clear to land, winds 040 at 5.
Visual approach, clear to land, runway 6, 60 Tango Papa, thank you. Yeah, sorry about all this. The full screen's froze and our autopilot's not working, so.
No worries.
Alright, we're getting there eventually. This is the longest approach in the history of forever because of the sim having its weird little lagging issues. Somehow it was only minus 194. Guess we're gonna have to take that. For Mike Charlie's clear taxi Atlantic.
And Citation for Mike Charlie, taxi to parking via Papa, take care.
Papa for Mike Charlie. We're gonna try and reset the sim and get back to you here in a little bit.
Roger.
So somehow we got here. Look, even the sim right now trying to exit back to the main menu is having an issue. So it's definitely 100% a Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 issue. So we're going to go ahead and just get the task manager open and do a little Control-Alt-Delete action and reset the sim. One of these days, Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 will actually get their crap together and provide a sim that works like it should all the time and doesn't have issues with certain areas. Now, do I bother even going back to Teterboro now, chat, or do we do something else potentially? That's the next question. I think with the sim restart, we can try to go and at least depart out of Teterboro. I've never had issues departing out of Teterboro. Only seems to be arriving into Teterboro. But I gotta check my settings when the game decides to reload here. Oh, Asobo, get your crap together. appreciate your patience, everybody that's watching. Thanks for coming in today. We're just going to have the sim do a little reset here and see if we can't get back on the ground over at Teterboro and do another leg. I like how the landing rate meter just came back up. That's pretty funny. Alright, let's go ahead, and everything here is correct. Let's go to Teterboro. Atlantic Aviation is going to be this guy right here. Okay, flight conditions, all that is good. We'll go back to live time. We will fly now. We have to get Rex Weather Force back up because I accidentally got X'd out of it like an idiot. So load that up again, load V-Pilot up again. There's Rex Weather Forces ready. So we'll have to start from scratch with the airplane. That's fine. You guys have got a nice little setup conversation. Once the sim loads up. I also am going to check the settings, make sure it actually turns that photo geometry back on. Got conflicting music right now with Spotify and the sim. You can see how long the sim is taking to load here for Teterboro. It's just the area, just the way that it is. Let's go ahead and load active or weather force. Go ahead and put the crappy weather back in. While you're doing that, let's go settings, general, graphics, photo. Turn that back on. Thinking. It's thinking. I have no data cap either, so that's definitely never going to be the issue. It's still thinking, chat. It's giving me the load bar in the bottom right. That's kind of hidden by my tip jar there. Hey, there we go. All right. Very good. Now we can reconnect to VATSIM and do our next flight plan. Alright, so my next plan was, and we'll come over here on this side for a little bit, to file this flight right here, this real-world flight that happened in a CJ2. We are going to go from Teterboro to Akron, Ohio, so CAK. So here's the route right here, so I'm going to copy that. We're going to redo this, KTEB, KCAK. Put that in here. It's going to be the Teterboro 3 departure, which that doesn't really recognize anyway, but that's fine. Alright, so all that is good. In terms of that, get rid of this, so get rid of this. Put the airport diagram back up here. We'll get the Akron Canton information. So that's our next route that we have planned. So definitely a bit of a longer leg here. We'll plan on going, what did they cruise at over here? These guys did 34, so we'll do 34. We'll plan on cruising at 340, so I'll put that all in. So CAK, we'll use Dayton as an alternate. We'll go 340 here. Gonna be a little bit faster up that altitude. Paste our route, Teterboro 3. All that is good. So we will, should have been Slant Lima also, very good right there. So file that away. So we'll come back here. And let's go ahead and get this airplane started up again. And we will do the Control U method to get fired up. Got to get everything back to the brightness settings that we want, including the FMSs. We'll brighten these up. Turn the logo light on, put the seatbelt sign back on.
May I have your attention, please? The captain has turned on the seatbelt sign. Please fasten your seatbelt and shoulder harness at this time. Thank you.
Teterboro 3, we've got a top altitude of 2,000. So off of runway 1, it's a right turn heading 040 to the 2.3 Teterboro DME, then a left to 280. So 040. We've seen, chat, that it doesn't really fly 100% like it should on these RNAV departures that are kind of just a vector departure. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on it when we do our departure here. Make sure it actually flies the right thing. KCAK. Alright, so departure Teterboro 3 off of runway 1. And again, we're going to be going to, what did I say we were going to here? Newell. So again, we'll see if it actually does eventually fly it properly, but if it doesn't for whatever reason, chat, then we will we'll go and move, kind of do it on our own should we need to. Top altitude of 2,000 is what we can expect, so I'll set 2,000 right here. Let me go ahead and get a clearance from our buddy here. Make sure that the flight plan isn't going to be different before we go any further. The airplane's all started up, so that's good. Get rid of those. Get these on because it's still a little bit of snowy conditions. New York approach, Citation 124, Mike Charlie, ground the ground at Teterboro, clearance to Akron.
Citation 124, Mike Charlie, New York departure. Cleared to the Akron Airport as filed, maintain 2,000. Expect flight level 340, 10 minutes after departure. Departures of this frequency, squawk 1003.
Clear to Akron as filed. Climb via SID. Departure with you. 1003 squawk. Citation 4 Mike Charlie.
Citation 4 Mike Charlie, readback is correct information kilos. Current to be runway 1 for departure.
We have kilo, thank you. So that's in. Squawk code's in, chat. So the flight plan is going to be as we want it to. So after Newell, it is J60 to PSB.
You said to maintain 4,000. 4,000 for 1BC.
It's just Phillipsburg. From Phillipsburg direct to Soord, which is SOORD. And then it's the Zips 1 arrival to Akron. Akron weather is also, it's rain and overcast 600, so we got low weather there too. Wind 280 at 8. So what would they be using in Akron if the wind is 280 at 8? Let's pull up the chart here. Guess they'd probably be using runway 23 would be my guess, chat. So we'll put in the ILS for 23. Zips 1 off of Soord, ILS 23. We'll do it off of, well, we're not going to put that in there with the full thing, so we'll execute that. So now we've got our whole flight plan in there as it should be. We'll check the altitude on the star, so we need the zips. Zips 1. So it looks like on the Zips 1, all that matters is GOTS at 4,000. So right over here, chat, Zips 1, we have Sword, Fight, Zips, GOTS, Landing, KCAK, 4,000. So 4,000 in GOTS is in our FMS, so that's all good. So the VNAV will be ready to go for that.
Altijet 27,
so that's all good, and in,
we'll
we'll go ahead and put 340 for our cruise. We have the 2 passengers, the 50 pounds of bags, same as we were before. We should adjust the fuel. Put on a little bit more fuel. We'll go 90%. Probably won't need that much, but we'll go ahead and slap that in there. Okay, so now it's just sensing the correct fuel. Very good. Wind at Teterboro. 030 at 5. 030 at 5. The temperature at Teterboro is 1 degree Celsius, not minus, so 1. It is a wet runway. Anti-ice will be on. We'll send this all into the box. We're not going to worry about sending the approach speeds, chat, because we got a ways to go before we get to Akron, so I'm not worried about that. So FMS is all set. 2,000 initial. Again, we're going to go nav with a vertical speed, only 1,500 feet a minute because we only have to go to 2,000 feet. So we'll keep it a slow climb. Rex Weather Force is a go. I think we're all set up for our second leg here, chat. Neil M. UK, thanks for coming in today. Yes, sir. We got the working title CJ4 mod on the stream. We just got it all set up and squared away here, and we are going to start our taxi at Teterboro. Let me get rid of the parking brake. That'll help for the taxi. Okay, that's where I am. Looks like I am going to be Papa short of Charlie. Spent 3 days at Teterboro. Yeah, Teterboro is a kind of a sketchy airport to get into. It's so busy at times, though. But flew in here quite a bit during my charter days. Stig Vader.
Altijet 27, flight heading 210.
Thanks for coming in today.
Reduce speed 210.
Speed 210 and heading 210, Altijet 27.
Citation 4, Mike Charlie's ready to taxi with Kilo.
Citation 4, Mike Charlie, runway 1, taxi via Papa Golf Lima, cross runway 24.
Papa Golf Lima, cross 24, Citation 4, Mike Charlie. So we're actually going to go to the end here to Charlie. So we're right here. We're going to taxi Papa Golf, cross here at Golf, and then make the right turn on Lima down to runway 1. So the taxi instructions that we were given. Get the takeoff flaps for 15 degrees set.
Altijet 27, descend and maintain 4,000.
Descend and maintain 4,000, Altijet 27.
KBM 1 Bravo Charlie, turn left heading 180. Left to 180, 1 Bravo Charlie.
So here is the left turn for Golf. We are cleared across. Finals clear on the right. When we make this turn, we are clear on the left. Cleared across. There's a bus right here for some reason. We're going to just pretend that that bus is not there, chat. I don't think there would be a bus on the taxiway in real life at Teterboro. Hold your breath. And this truck too. Oh my god, there's cars everywhere on this taxiway. What is going on here? This is not right at all. Jeez. Another thing that I don't really like about Flight Sim 2020 is stuff like that. Yes, Teterboro could very much do with an update. There's no doubt about that. But Okay, we'll taxi out here to the end of runway.
1 Bravo Charlie, turning left, heading 150.
Runway, oh no.
1 Bravo Charlie, left to 150.
Look at this, there's a freaking Cessna right here that I guarantee is not another person on VATSIM, but just another sim plane that's just there for no reason. They really, really, really need to get rid of that stuff. It's so frustrating that that's a thing. Well, you know what? I didn't even think to use Sim Toolkit Pro on the first leg, chat, to have the information up for you guys. I apologize. So let me go ahead and do this real quick off the screen. And I'm going to get some information to come up on the bottom right for us here. Give me 1 second on that, chat.
Okay, ABM 1 Bravo Charlie, 4 miles from Bings, turn left heading 090, maintain 2000 till established, you clear the ILS runway 86 approach. Left to 090. 1 Bravo Charlie.
See if that works now. Got that connected up.
27 turn left heading
If I do this and I hit reload cache of current page, yeah, there we go. Now we have the information there.
The ILS runway 6
Very good.
approach.
Now you guys got a little bit of information on the ticker down there on the bottom. Forgot to do that for the first flight. I do apologize. Before my Charlie is ready.
Go you on this frequency.
Stepped on him. Station 4 Mike Charlie's ready.
Station 4 Mike Charlie, Kilo wind 0405, runway 1, you clear for takeoff.
1 clear for takeoff, 4 Mike Charlie.
KBN 1 Bravo Charlie. Traffic is going to be a citation departing runway 1. It's going to be a prior to arrival. Wind 0405.
So we are going to do, it doesn't have the heading correct in the FMS chat, so we're actually going to go heading here, and we're going to just cheat it until we get to the 2.3 DME. We'll go to the 280 heading. So we'll kind of have to eyeball it a little bit, but that's alright. Let's go ahead and get on out of here. View 1, rotate. Positive rate here is coming up. God damper on. We don't want to start that turn right away, chat. So autopilot on.
Left heading 130, speed is at your discretion.
Speed 130, heading Jet 27.
4 Mike Charlie is 1,000 for 2,000.
Station 4 Mike Charlie, ready to contact, climb, maintaining 10,000.
10,000, 4 Mike Charlie. So that supersedes the top altitude there. We'll go the 280 heading now. And we can climb a little bit harder, so I'm just going to go flight level change. We'll go speed 240.
Jet 27, descend and maintain 2,000.
Descend and maintain 2,000, Jet 27.
Get us into climb detent there. Everybody wave goodbye to Teterboro. See you later. Climbing like a rocket ship, just like you would expect.
And here, citation 4 Mike Charlie, turn left heading 260.
260, 4 Mike Charlie.
Jet 27, you're 10 miles from Bings, turning left heading 090, maintain 2,000 still established, clear the ILS runway 6 approach.
Left 090, maintain 2,000 till established, clear the ILS 06, Jet 27.
on a 260 heading for now. On our way to Akron. We'll have to reduce our climb speed here in just a second as we get closer to 10,000 feet.
Citation 4 Mike Charlie, contact New York Center 125.32, take care.
12532 for Mike Charlie, see you. Center, good afternoon. Citation 4 Mike Charlie, 7,300, climbing 1010,000, 260 heading.
November 4 Mike Charlie, New York Center, proceed direct Newell, climb and maintain, flight level 340.
Direct Newell 340 for Mike Charlie. Now we can keep it in flight level change, perfect, and then now we go direct to Newell in there, and we hit nav, chat, and we're on our way.
Air Canada 1978 cross Lolly, flight level 200.
Wally, flight level 200, Air Canada 1978.
We'll do 260 in the climb now since we're coming through 10,000 feet. And we can go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. Pretty smooth up here so far. Well above the clouds and all the weather down there now. Probably turn the
Walker
wing and
451
engine anti-ice
cross
off here.
Biley, cross Biley 13000, the Allentown altimeter 2998.
2908, Biley at 13,000, Walker 451.
And we're going all the way up to our cruiser 340 on our way to Akron. So we can get rid of all the Teterboro stuff on this other side. A battle-up, a bat-elp, or lelp, or however you say that. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming in today. Not very good with Twitch names. That one's a little bit confusing, though. I won't lie to you.
Air Canada 1978, standby.
Get ourselves a nice little wing view in the climb here. So above the clouds. It's always a beautiful day above the clouds, chat.
Air Canada 1978, Kennedy's currently landing on the 4s. You'll get a specific approach procedure from the approach controller.
Okay, so that I have the, tell me again that waypoint that you told me to cross at 200. It's Wally?
Cross Lolly, flight level 200, as published in the Kingston 1 arrival.
Oh, Kingston 1 arrival. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the one I want to know. Okay, thank you.
Climbing like a bat out of hell, chat. We are still doing just about, well, we were doing about 3,000 feet a minute until I said something. But climbing through 1,700 feet, so this thing
American
has got some,
2245,
got some
contact New
oomph
York
in the
approach
climb.
128.12.
That is Padre Andrew that you hear, Mr. Gresley. Yes, sir. Andrew Markunis on the New York Center this afternoon.
New York Center, good afternoon to you, Delta 9754 with you, flight level 390, just over Seneca Falls.
Delta 9754, standby. Delta 9754, sir, you are outside of my airspace. Boston Center is closed with Unicom.
That's Unicom, Delta 9754.
Still hauling butt, chat. We'll go ahead and set that 2992 on the altimeter above flight level 180. So we got the standard baro in there. Got a little bit of a headwind there, about 42 knots on the nose, so we'll be combating with that. Good-looking green CJ4. I really like it in the green, chat.
JetBlue 538, loud and clear.
It is always a nice day above the clouds. Saying we only got 49 minutes, wow, to our destination, so we're going to be moving. It's not as long as a flight as I thought, I guess.
November 8 Alpha Papa, contact approach 128.55.
Over to approach 128.55.
Walker 451 cross Beauty 10,000, LaGuardia altimeter 29908.
Something tells me when we actually get up to cruise, because of the headwind, it's going to be a little bit longer than that.
Walker 451.
But we'll see.
Center of the ship is 538, close to Packard, American Miami.
JetBlue 538 contact.
We are in
approach
the
on
working title beta
12 for clearance.
0.8.3 version of the Citation CJ4. So this is the default CJ4 that's been modded with the working title 0.8.3. Hey, Dame Flats, thanks for coming in today, buddy. It's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope you're having a good Sunday afternoon wherever you are. Reduce our speed a little bit, get a little bit more climb power out of it.
Hey, good morning. You're extending at 152 with you, level 10,000.
United 152.
If you're in the chat and you're not familiar with Dane Flats already, looks like Kenny brought up the link to his Twitch. Make sure you give Dane a follow. Very, very good flight sim streamer on Twitch. Highly entertaining. Would highly recommend that you take a look at his channel and give him a follow. So I haven't had one single crash to desktop with the 0.8.3 so far. Let me knock on some wood. Because I haven't yet, so let's hope that streak continues since I'm streaming right now. Hopefully we didn't just bring up some demons for me bringing that up. But yeah, no, I've been very much enjoying flying this aircraft. It's been a lot of fun. Finally nice to have a workable GA jet aircraft in Flight Sim 2020. And it really does function very well. All my love to you too, Dane Flats. Yeah, like I said, if you're not following Dane Flats, you really should, guys. He's a very highly entertaining flight simulator streamer on Twitch. Don't worry, guys. I knocked on some wood. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll be just fine. Well on our way to Akron. There is nobody covering Cleveland Center. So there is, unfortunately, no ATC for Akron right now on VATSIM. So when we get to the edge of New York Center airspace and there's nobody on Cleveland Center by the time we get there, then we might have to switch to Unicom and do it ourselves going in there. I do plan on doing Oh yeah, there's definitely a reason why he gets 100 plus views a stream.
Citation
He
for
is
Mike Charlie,
an
clear direct
entertainer.
Phillipsburg, VOR.
Direct Phillipsburg for Mike Charlie, thank you. Alright, we got a little bit of a shortcut here, chat. We're going to go direct to PSB. So we'll bring that up here.
25 on the ground, so looking for IFR, DCA, information problem.
American 1895, your clearance on request, stand by.
Get ourselves a nice little shortcut. I like the P-51 wing still. Yeah, straight wing. Well, not straight wing. Sort of straight wing. CJ3 is purely a straight wing. This actually does have a little bit of... a little bit better. Here, let's go into that view of the wing. You get a nice view of the wing right there. And a good view of the landscape.
November 3, Lima Lima, descend and maintain 5,000.
Send to maintain 5,000 feet, Lima Lima.
I'm not sure that this is what the actual weather is in this area because I'm pretty sure it's snowing all in this area. So why I'm getting a reading of clear skies right now from X Weather Force, God only knows, but I'm sure it'll fix itself when we get the next update.
Delta 784.
Still not perfect.
Identity.
Although it's much better than the live weather on Flight Sim 2020, so.
United 152, leave my airspace to the northeast.
Yeah, we'll have to get
Boston
Dane Flats
Center
to be
is
the
closed
next
for continued
partnered streamer, just like Sim Caesar over there.
Thanks for the ATC. Catch you next time.
Walker 451, contact New York approach 128.12. Good day.
2812 for Walker.
There's a nice METAR reader. I enjoy the Rex Weather Force. It's not perfect, but I do like it most of the time. So we'll just wait for it to put out its next update because I think it's just an error because that airport that it's picking up the weather from right now didn't have any visibility information, so it just defaulted to clear. So
Delta 784 cross Mark, flight level
we'll get something a little bit
180.
better, I'm sure, by the time when we get the next update. But I appreciate that information. Thank you.
Delta 784 cross Mark.
Let's go ahead and get
180.
out of the
Mark
flitch mode here and go vertical speed and just do 1,000 feet here to finish up our climb.
Oh, my apologies. You're on the Lendy 6. Just disregard.
All right. Thanks.
I was going to say, so I was going to send you to LaGuardia.
Yeah, Sim Caesar's always a good channel to check out too, for sure, Nick. Good friend of the stream here.
November 1 Tango Delta, New York Center.
New York Center, November 1 Tango Delta on the ground at Capital City, Newark, Harrisburg. Looking to pick up our FR message file to rate.
Number 1 Tango Delta, your
33 for 34,
stand by
check.
your number 2.
One to go. Oh, why did my space heater turn off? I was wondering why I was getting really cold in my room, chat. My space heater has decided to, for whatever reason, turn off. Maybe it was because the timer went. I don't know. Also, all my wires are tangled. It's a good thing that you guys can't see my cable management that goes on from like my headset and everything that's going on like off screen, because my cable management for my computer and for all the attachments and the rudder pedals and the yoke and the controllers and everything, it's just terrible. It's embarrassing. So it's a good thing you can't see that on the stream. Because it's pathetic. I'll be honest with you guys. I have pathetic cable management right now going on. I'd be lying if I said it was good.
Number 1 Tango Delta, you say you're on the ground at University?
November 1 Tango Delta on the ground at Capital City in Harrisburg.
Oh, Capital City, stand by.
Capping our flight level 340, which was our cruise. We'll pick up some speed here, and once we do, we'll get a better idea of just how much longer we've got en route to Akron. So once again, right now there is no ATC on Cleveland Center, last I checked. We're going to be on this arrival here, the Zips 1 into Akron from Sword here. So from Sword, Fight, Zips, GOTS at 4,000, landing KCAK, which is what we're doing. So GOTS at 4, is what we're looking for here. And if we recheck
And
our
TBM1 Tango Delta, you're cleared
FMS,
to the Reagan National Airport.
yeah,
Radar
sword
Vector
fight
Harrisburg
zips,
VOR then is filed.
GOTS 4.
Maintain 5,000,
So it's in there, and we'll be ready to use the VNAV to cross that if we do not end up getting any ATC online in Cleveland Center by the time we get to that point.
TBM1 Tango Delta cleared to the Washington Reagan Airport as filed. Radar vectors to Harrisburg VOR.
Still got a little bit more time in the New York Center airspace before we get there, so just a little bit of time and hoping and praying that maybe we'll get a little bit ATC. But worst case scenario, we can handle it on our own, chat. We have the technology.
For departure, capital city, altimeter 295, call when ready for taxi. November 3, Lima Lima, descend and maintain 2000 and join the runway 1 localizer.
Down to 2000 to join the localizer, E3 Lima Lima.
New York JetBlue 622 with 330.
JetBlue 622 New York Center, descend and maintain.
Fuel wise, we definitely have plenty of fuel.
Descend and maintain 270 JetBlue 622.
Still trying to gain some airspeed here, chat. We're going to get it into the cruise detent.
American 1472 New York Center.
So we're in the cruise detent now.
We're off the ground with Wardy.
We'll try not to overspeed, but we'll try and get pretty close to that Barber Pole there.
Contact New York approach 128.12 for clearance.
Yes, exactly. We have the technology, my friend, to do it on our own if we need to, if we run out of ATC.
2812, thank you.
You can see that the
airplane
has already got a top of descent drawn out there for us, so we know that we'll be good to go when it comes to the VNAV.
We the localizer on that heading, E3 Lima Lima.
Okay, roger. Looks like you're getting a bit of a push there. And November 3, Lima Lima, cross the outer marker at or above 1,900 through the ILS 1 approach.
Cross outer marker
pretty
at or
funny.
above 1,000, cleared ILS 01 approach, E3 Lima Lima.
1,900.
Now, Kenny Monster, I would pull up that link, except if I pull up that link for SkyVector, it's going to erase the route that I have currently on SkyVector for what I'm doing right now. That's the problem with SkyVector, is that when you pull something new up, it erases what you already have. So unfortunately, can't take a look at that right now.
Or 1 Tango Delta, runway 8, taxi via
might
Alpha
want to
Delta, cross runway 1.
maybe message me that on Discord, and I'll take a look at it later.
Alpha Delta, cross runway 12.
But I cannot look at it right now. Because it would erase what I've got going on already
General flight level 230.
that I need for this leg. See if that's a good speed that we can hold right here. Power setting we can hold to not overspeed.
I have some miscommunication there with departure.
Connie 78 New York Center.
Get a quick wing view off our left wing here. The passengers are looking outside.
Direct Merit 17,000, Connie 78 Heavy.
JetBlue 622 leaving my airspace to the northeast. Boston Center is closed. Frequency change approved.
Roger, ready to come with you, JetBlue 622.
New York Center, JetBlue 2661, 2000.
Looking good, looking good.
JetBlue 2661 New York Center, clear direct squad. Climb and maintain flight level 330.
330 direct squad, 2661, thank you.
Get you guys a better view here of the instrumentation, since it does kind of need to be zoomed out for you to see outside better. But or you can use tinyurl2 as another site where you can take a big link and make it a smaller one.
Traffic.
Oh, what do we got
Conning
here?
78, leave my airspace to the northeast. Boston Center
Melvin
is
Leroy,
closed.
thank you for the
Frequency
host. Appreciate it, Mr. Leroy. Thanks for coming in today.
County 78.
My man, my good man.
New York Center November
Right back in the CJ4. Can't get enough of this thing.
TBM 1 Tango Delta, fly runway heading. Wind 050 at 4, runway 8 clear.
Love that
takeoff.
new dog emote, man. Absolutely love it. About 30 minutes out from Akron. Another streamer that if you don't already know about, chat, you should definitely follow Mr. Melvin Leroy on Twitch. He is one of the best general aviation streamers on Twitch. Definitely make sure you give his channel a follow if you're not already doing so. We're about 100 miles from our top of descent here. Okay, as it stands right now, Cleveland Center is offline, so we will lose our ATC at some point.
Or 1 Tango Delta, thank you.
It'll be what it'll be, chat. Looks like we could still get a little more juice out of her yet. Got some room here to the barber pole. A little bit of V waste. So we'll pick up the power just a little bit, see if we can't pick up some of that speed. We do have about 77 knots on the nose, so
Number 1 Tango Delta, New
quite
York
a
generator
headwind there.
contact. Climb and maintain
as you would
1000.
expect during the winter going from east to west, you expect that stronger headwind. It's pretty common with the jet stream up at these altitudes.
Number 1, take it out like you're
Okay, Sarah, Sarah.
Westminster VOR possible. Echo Mike CF.
For 1 Tower, Tango Delta, turn right direct Westminster.
Right there at Westminster.
Air Canada
Sorry for
1978
messing with
contact
you there a
approach
little bit.
128.12, good day.
Watch rate, 1-2. Thank you.
JetBlue 2661, radar contact lost. November 3, Lima Lima.
Oh yeah, we're getting some snow right now.
At 11, runway
If I
1.
look out
clear to
my
land.
window,
Runway 1, cleared to land at 3 Lima Lima.
just a dusting so far, nothing crazy. They actually have predicted now less. We're only looking at maybe like 2 to 3 inches of snow over the course of the day now, instead of closer to like 5 or 6. So I'm happy about that. Less snow, the better. Go back to our wing view here for a little bit. And we have some decisions to make now, chat, because I do feel like doing another leg. So now we kind of have to decide what do we want to do with this next leg. Here's some flight-aware action from Akron Canton. And so we want to look at either departures or scheduled departures to look at for somewhere to go. We've got this random one here going to Sanford, North Carolina. I'm actually kind of curious about that. Let's take a look at this. Eagle Aviation Services. It doesn't have a route, though, yet. So I'm looking for something that has a route. Sioux Falls, South Dakota. That is a long flight. I don't know if we want to do all the way to there. Charlottesville. That might be a good one. Actually, that's a lot closer than I thought. I want to do something a little bit maybe longer than that. Let's see what else we got here. We got Naples. That would be a pretty lengthy flight in the Citation. Again, no route yet. Bummer. Let's go look at the ones that have already flown today. Got Fort Myers, Florida. Here's a couple of Citations. Cuyahoga. All the way to Hayden, Colorado, chat. That would be a pretty lengthy flight.
New York Center, November 1.
We're over speeding. That's what that noise is. Hold the power back here just a little bit.
CBM 1 Tango Delta, climb and maintain 15,000.
Or we could go to Miami Executive, TAM Miami. It's a Learjet though, it's not a citation flight. Punta Gorda, this was a citation flight. What does this look like? Almost a straight shot, huh? VOR to VOR action.
Delta 2280 with you, flight level 150.
Delta 2280,
2 hours and 28 minutes,
Big
huh?
E, climb and maintain a flight level 360.
2.5 hours.
360, Delta 2280.
What else we got? What else we got? How long was this guy? 3 hours and 24 minutes. Oh, that was a lengthy guy. Okay. Naples, Florida. Two hours and 24 minutes. I've always enjoyed Naples in real life. We might consider doing that. Maybe we'll do this one, Chad. Maybe we'll do Naples. This 2 hour 24 minute. That was in a Challenger. It's 2 hours 24 minutes. Might be even slower in this citation, but maybe we'll do that as our next leg.
CBM 1 Tango Delta, contact Washington Center 133.72.
Over to Wash, 163.72.
Do a nice long leg. Keep the
And
afternoon
number
flowing.
3 Lima Lima, welcome to Newcastle. Exit when able.
So that top of descent's getting closer. About.
We'll
We'll call it.
Citation 4 Mike Charlie, my airspace to the west. Cleveland Center is closed. Frequency change approved.
Frequency change approved for Mike Charlie. Take it easy, Andrew.
Take it easy, Mike. Yep.
So that's what we were afraid of, chat. Still no ATC.
Lufthansa
Unicom it is. Top of descent's about, we'll call it 100 miles away. 80. Yeah, call it 100 miles out from the top of descent. We get a little bit closer and we still don't have any ATC on, then we'll have to manually set the VNAV. But I'm going to step away real quick. I have to use the restroom, chat, since we're on Unicom and I'm not talking ATC. I'm going to take this moment to take the break. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. Thank you for your patience, chat. Just had to use the little boys' room before we get going here. Alright, so our top of descent is starting to move in here. So let's go ahead and do this. So we still don't have any ATC. We're going to go ahead and just set 4,000, which is that one altitude that we have to worry about on the arrival there. So we'll set 4,000. Again, that's going to be 4,000 if we remember, chat, to cross GOTS right here, which is in our FMS. So 4,000 is set, and we're going to turn the VNAV on. So VNAV on. And then once we get to the top of descent, the airplane will do the work for us to get us to 4,000 at GOTS. And of course, we'll make sure we are 250 below 10 and all that good stuff as well. And then we'll have to make some decisions after GOTS in terms of how we want to vector ourselves for the ILS to 2-3 into Akron, which is what we're planning on doing with the current winds. And I'll check the weather again just to make sure that's what we still want to do here. So if we look at Akron right now, the Akron weather, 280 at 8, 5 miles mist, overcast 800, so definitely ILS 2-3. That's what we're going to stick with. Altimeter 2989. So that's going to be the plan. So if we look at the ILS 2-3, and again, because the FMS is going to do all this for us, final approach course 234, frequency 1083, got a Mauser lighting system, 3,000 at Akuga and Egi. Then on down, 1,700 is the final approach fixed altitude here. No, this is final approach fixed altitude, 3,000. So at or above 3,000 at Egi. Then on in, missed approach will be climbed at 2,500, climb left turn at 3,000 direct to the Bravo Sierra Victor VOR and hold there. And then if we look at the actual runway, we have 8,204 feet of runway available. It'll be a left turn off here. And we're going to taxi over. We want to go to this parking right here off of Echo is where the FBO is going to be. So it'll probably have to be left at Foxtrot 2, Foxtrot to cross, then Alpha to Echo. A little bit of a weird airport in terms of the taxi configurations there. So we'll have to work with that. As I'm getting beep, 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 beeped at. No ATC, do a barrel roll. Yeah, no, that's... this airplane would not take that very well at all. It would be funny, but... I think we're all right. So what are we looking at here? About 40 miles to the top of descent. Yeah, I'm not big on doing the shenanigans either when I'm doing flights like this, for sure. I try to keep it by the book, semi-professional GA flying as best I can. Now, when we do the bush flying, and tomorrow night is the Bush League Backcountry Flying number 15, then it can get a little wacky at times and a little unrealistic because it's just some X-Plane 11 style bush flying. Which, by the way, here's the link, chat, to the information for the Downwind Sim Bush League Backcountry Fly-In number 15, which is happening tomorrow night. That'll be on the Downwind Sim Discord. And again, depending on work situation for me, I'll be on reserve Tuesday. So if it looks like I might get called into work super early in the morning on Tuesday, then I might not be able to participate. But if I don't have to get called in super early in the morning on Tuesday, or it doesn't look like it at least, then I will be participating and streaming X-Plane 11 with those custom sceneries that there's been made by both LP Nils, Downwind Sim, and Melvin Leroy for that fly-in, Bush League Backcountry Fly-In number 15 tomorrow night. So I'm looking forward to that. Hopefully I will be able to participate in that and won't have to worry too much about getting a super early wake-up call on Tuesday morning. But that should be a lot of fun. And that event is always open to the public. Again, it is an event that takes place on VATSIM, but Downwind Sim always has that event open to the public, so anyone that wants to join in with us will be able to join in with us. Losing a little bit of my speed there while I wasn't paying attention. I apologize for that. A little bit of V waste again. But we are getting pretty close to that top of descent, so we'll be going down here pretty soon. Couple more minutes here before we hit our top of descent into Akron. We'll be doing the full ILS to 2-3 because of the weather conditions currently in Akron, so we're all set up and ready to go for that. Here comes our little dot. And the VNAV is taking it. Descent has begun. To cross Goki, or whatever it was called, Gotti. I think Gotti is what it was called at 4,000. We'll just have to keep an eye on our speed. When we get close to 10,000, we'll have to pull the power back and get to 250 knots. Still no ATC on our way to Akron at the moment on VATSPY. Get our power out a little bit here so we're not going to go into the red line. You can see our little descent banana out there doing some work. Since we're on the VNAV, and the VNAV does actually work on this thing, we shouldn't have any issues crossing at the appropriate altitude at Gotti. A little bit bumpy as we're coming on the descent here. Yes, having that little banana is an excellent tool indeed. Definitely makes things a lot easier. Wish I had one of those in the 145 that I fly, but I do not. No banana, no VNAV in that 145 that I fly. Brutal. So those universal FMSs are so old they can't do anything on them. Which is not true. You can actually still do a lot on them, but just no VNAV. Still got a bit of a ways to go here on the descent. Banana in the Airbus is a hook and it doesn't even really work good. Oh, that's unfortunate. KC Pilot, thanks for coming in today. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Starting our descent into Akron, Ohio. It's nice when you can just sit back and let the VNAV do all the work for you. I have to make a decision, chat. Do I want to go to Naples or Punta Gorda next? I think I want to do that Punta Gorda flight next. As much as I was talking about how much I enjoy Naples, I think we're going to go to Punta Gorda. No, maybe not, because there is an actual arrival that we can do into Naples. I lied again. The Shifty 5 we can do, so because that's a nice little RNAV arrival into Naples, we'll do that. Naples was one of my favorite places to go to when I worked charter. We did that quite a bit that overnight. It was always very nice. Had a big old bird strike going into Naples too. Busted up a wing a little bit. A nice big old dent from a bird hitting the wing of the beach jet one time. That was always fun. Still have no idea what kind of bird it was, but it had to have been pretty big. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm allowed to show the picture that I have of that on the stream. Even though I don't work for that company anymore, I think it's still probably not right for me to show the picture, so I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. Probably just for the best. I'll just say that the wing, the leading edge of the wing had a pretty sizable dent in it, and there was a lot of blood and guts. We'll leave it at that. I'll be honest, I don't even know how to answer that question, Kenny Monster. I don't think they really blame us for that. It is just one of those things that kind of happens, I guess. put it this way, when you're flying as fast as you are in a jet, it's almost impossible to avoid a bird if it's coming right at you. Even by the time you see it, you can try to maneuver, but sometimes there's just no way. A little bit of clear skies here, and you can see some snowy ground in front of us out here in the Ohio area. Pretty good view in the sim right now. I love that the sim kind of automatically has seasons. Something that X-Plane 11 severely lacked. About to come back into the below the flight levels here, so in just a second I'm gonna push B to get my altimeter reset properly. There we go. Not much different. 2988 is what Rex is saying right now. Getting a little slow too early, actually, so I don't want to V-waste too much, so I'm going to pick the speed back up just a little bit. The sim looks awesome with that kind of snow effect that it's got going on. Hey! SCX264, thanks for coming in today. Got Bush League Backcountry Flying number 15 coming tomorrow. But we got some CJ4 flying for now. Making our way to Akron, Ohio. We are very much in the descent. Should be on the ground, and I would say about 10 minutes. We'll be on the ground about 10 minutes or so, landing in Akron. So let's go ahead and put those belts on.
May I have your attention, please? The captain has turned on the seatbelt sign. Please fasten your seatbelt and shoulder harness at this time.
Oh no, we are 100% on the autopilot right now, but we will land manually when we get a little bit closer. Really does look awesome with the snow. Okay, I love this. I love that the sim looks as good as it does with the seasons and the snow and all that. Obviously still lacking in a lot of other places, but damn, it's pretty nice. It's the reason why I keep coming back for more and more and more. Let's start slowing down for 250 knots to come through 10,000 feet. Since we only got about 2,000 feet to go before 10. Am I going to get the Bravo throttle? Probably not, no, because I don't have any desk space for it. So probably not. I'm perfectly fine with my Logitech throttles that I have right now, although definitely not as good. I just really don't have the desk space for the Bravo throttle quadrant right now. It's just not something that I really need at the moment. It's pretty hard to find one that's available right now as it is anyway. They're still backed up from the original orders. Coming below 10,000 feet.
May I have your attention, please? At this time, please comply with the illuminated seatbelt and no smoking signs. Thank you.
So I'm curious. If I go from GOTS direct to EGI for the final approach, I think that's going to work. I think that's something I can do since, again, I do not have any ATC to kind of guide me. So I'm probably going to go directly from GOTS to the final approach fix here and just join in on the ILS that way without any ATC. So I've got that into my FMS now and all set and ready to go. We're getting a little bit slower than 250 here. It's maybe not 100% real, but the honeycomb yoke is definitely very much more pleasant to use than any other yoke that I've had before. Damn, that is not exactly ideal, Dane Flats. I will not lie to you. That's not ideal at all. Put the ice stuff on, since we're going to come into a little bit of icing condition here probably. Akron traffic, citation 124 Mike Charlie is about 25 miles out from the field. We're planning on doing the ILS to runway 23 Akron traffic. Dane Flax Israel has S-Box. X-Box, jeez. Can't even speak right now. One last look outside before we focus up on the approach here, chat. And so after we get down to GOTS at 4,000, EGI, the final approach risk is at or above 3. So once we cross GATS, we'll just set 3,000 and descend to there. Then we'll go and pick up the approach from EGI. Which actually, if I just set 3,000, the VNAV should take that. Because it's 4,000 at GOTS, 3,000 EGI, it's in the box. So I'm just going to set 3,000, chat. Let the VNAV kind of do all the work for me still. Yeah, that probably can be a little bit difficult as well, doing some NASCAR on the Xbox controller. You'd probably be better to have a steering wheel pedal set up for that also. When we get to GOTS, we're also going to start to slow down a little bit, chat. We're going to go and slow up to about 200 knots before we get to Eggy. And start to get ourselves set up for the approach here on the ILS. So again, the VNAV's just going to take it again for our Eggy at 3,000, which is very nice. Start getting my speed back on that.
Altitude.
4,000 for 3,000. Akron traffic, citation 4 Mike Charlie's 10 miles on the ILS 23, Akron traffic. Get our first notch of flaps in. We're going to go ahead and switch to the green needles here, chat, and hit approach. We are going to bring the gear down. Just barely make the runway out in sight in front of us there. If you guys want to start putting landing rate guesses in, now would be the time. We're on the final approach. If you want to guess the landing rate, again, no prizes, just pride, but the landing rate meter should be up. So if you want to try and take a stab at what my landing rate's going to be on this landing, now is the time. Do not need to do the exclamation point predict. You can just put in a number. Doesn't even need to be a negative in front of it. Just put in a number. It will be implied that it's a negative rate. Flaps full. Let's go by hand. Runway in sight.
Autopilot.
Oh, you know what? I never did put my approach speeds in, chat. Son of a... Alright, well, we're just going to kind of wing it. We're going to go about... I have made an error. I did not put my approach speeds in, so we're just going to hold between about 115 and 120, I think is going to be appropriate. If we're coming a little hot, that's fine. We got plenty of runway. I definitely made a boo-boo by not getting my speed set up properly. I realize this now. It's alright. We're going to make it work. I'll just have to do it by feel. Again, with a long runway, if I come in a little fast, not gonna matter. Akron traffic, citation 4 Mike Charlie, short final, runway 23, full stop, Akron traffic. Yeah, we definitely came in a little hot. She likes to float. Aw, the landing rate meter didn't go off. Damn it. That's a bummer. I'll have to reset it for the next flight. I apologize. I guess it does need to be reset if I have to reset the sim. Who knew? Well, everyone wins in that case, since the landing rate meter decided not to go off. Make the left turn here, join taxiway Foxtrot. We'll have to cross the runway. Akron traffic, 4 Mike Charlie, clear of runway 23, Akron. So we have to taxi Foxtrot across here, Alpha Echo to the ramp over here. Bummer. I guarantee that that landing probably was a better rate than my first one over at Teterboro, but it is what it is. Sometimes things don't always go as planned. Clear on the right, clear on the left. Akron Typhic, Citation 4 Mike Charlie is crossing runway 119, Akron traffic. Bit of rainbow action there. I don't know if you could see in the stream or not. Now we kind of join Echo from this. Akron traffic, Citation 4 Mike Charlie's clear, runway 119. To go past the terminal to get to the GA ramp on the other side. Pretty sure Alitalia is not an airline that flies into Akron, but the tail is right there, so. So the ramp would be right over here now to the right somewhere. Right where that static TBM is sitting is where we want to go. I do not remember what the FBO is called here. We're just going to kind of park ourselves in a way that's going to be pointing back out towards the taxiway because, well, we are going to set up for another leg here. Call it good. Turn the engines off, but we'll restart it here once we get it set up for our next leg, which we'll start working on right away. Alright, first things first, I'm going to close out and then reopen the G's thing so that it actually works. Quit. G's. Are we serious? Here we go. There we go. Now that I reset it, maybe hopefully it'll work next time. So we got to do a few things here, chat. We got to first, I'm going to finalize my decision here that we are going to go to Naples, Florida. So we're going to do this route right here. CTW Cinta Shifty 5. So let's go ahead and get that into our sky vector. Obviously, it's not going to take hours, 47 minutes. Could be going faster than this. But let's assume 400 ground speed potentially at, we'll call it, what altitude are we going to need? They went at evens. We'll call it 380 is what we'll cruise at, chat. So 380. 2 hours and 36 minutes, roughly. Okay. We can live with that. Very good. Let me also send that as a flight plan now into VATSIM. Actually, let me disconnect, reconnect. Said 380 is what we're going to cruise at. Our new flight plan is going to be there, right there. I'm not going to worry about an alternate going to Naples. We'll cross that bridge when we get there down there. So we'll file that away. Fuel-wise, we're going to max out the fuel on this thing, just in case. Max out the fuel. Just because I don't know how the fuel burn is compared realistically to the real thing. But we'll go ahead and restart the engines, though. I also need to change the Sim Toolkit Pro flight planning. So let's go ahead and do a flight planning. New, yes. No, I want a new flight. New. Okay. Complete flight. Okay. Flight planning. Create a new flight plan. Okay, thank you. Doing all this off screen while the engines start up, chat. Keep an eye on those engines for me. Make sure they don't overheat. Please. Fly now. That should get us updated information on our bottom screen here. Sure enough, Akron to Naples. Very good. So now when we go to our FMS here, when we do this, it should reset everything, chat. CAK. Boom. Reset everything to APF. Perfect. Departure off of Akron. There is no thing here, so we'll just go runway 23. Execute that. Flight plan, so we want CTW to Cinta CYNTA, and then the shifty arrival into Naples, the wind down at Naples. Let's go all the way down here on Sky Vector. 210 at 11. What runways do we have? I'm pretty sure there's a 2-3 at Naples, if memory serves, and there is. So we'll plan on 2-3. So shifty 5 off of Cinta. RNAV for 2-3 since there is no ILS. Okay, let's see which one of these is going to be most appropriate. Just the off day. That middle fix there and there. So that's easy peasy lemon squeezy. Everything's going to be in there. If we look at the shifty arrival, I'll come over here and we'll look at shifty. Cinta, Bobcat, Heepak, Wosik. In-pin expected cross at or below 310. So I'm going to put 310 on in-pin. Vault, shifty, waters, mazy. 10,000 feet at Momo. If we're landing 2.6, that's actually for RSW planning purposes. We're going into Naples, so we might not need to worry about that. The 10,000 at Momo. LaBelle, Rhodey. Let's see. Momo, LaBelle, Ernie. Okay. Cogdal. Tee off, Vector. Okay, for Naples. Okay, so all that's in there. We'll just put, for posterity's sake, we'll just put the 10,000 feet in here at Momo, even though we're not actually going into RSW, but again, just for planning purposes, everything else will be worked on, assuming we have ATC, and if we don't, we'll kind of be doing it on our own anyway. So that's in the box. The box is good. Let's get our takeoff speed set. Hopefully I won't forget to do the landing speeds when we get closer to Naples this time. But takeoff speeds. Is the fuel sensing correctly? I guess it is. So we got a wet runway here as well. With the wind of... What are the winds back here at Akron right now? 260 at 8. 260 at 8. And the temperature is 4. Anti-ice on, takeoff, so send those speeds away. Those are in the box. Again, I'll try to remember to do the approach speeds next time for real. We'll see what happens when we get there. No promises, I guess, since I already made the mistake the first time. You never know. All that's good. Everything's good here. Let's remind people to put the belts on.
May I have your attention, please? The captain has turned on the seatbelt.
I have no idea what the initial altitude would be at this airport in real life, and there is no really departure to kind of give me an idea. So I'm just going to set my initial as 5,000, and since there is no ATC, we're just going to kind of go right up to cruise anyway once we depart out of here. So not the end of the world. I believe everything's set, chat. Just need to get my elevator trim into the takeoff range right there in the green, right on this little guy. Set my flaps to 15 degrees, and I think we're all good to go here. What we do want to do is get rid of this. So get rid of the UF flight director so we can get ourselves reset here. We want to go heading, vertical speed. Start with a 2,000 foot per minute, 2,500 foot per minute climb. We'll start with that. And we'll start with the heading on departure. We'll go with runway heading. So about a 236 roughly. Before then we eventually go direct to CTW. Yeah, I think everything's all set. Let's go ahead and taxi out. Okay, we're going to go runway 23. We just need to make a right turn here on Echo to get to runway 23. Akron traffic, citation 4 Mike Charlie is taxiing runway 23 via Echo. Akron. Move right on into our next leg. The longest leg of the day. Going down to Naples. It's going to be the longest flight that I've done in the sim in quite a while. In terms of just pure length for one leg. See, I haven't heard anybody else. I don't see anybody on final, so we're just going to roll right into the departure chat because we're all set to go. Akron traffic, citation 124 Mike Charlie is departing runway 23 to the south. Akron traffic. Runway's clear, final's clear. Let's make it happen. View on rotate. Positive rate. Get the gear up. We'll just maintain the runway heading for the moment. Get the flaps up. I guess we can start a bit of a left turn here to go towards the fix. Get the yaw damper on, we'll get the autopilot on. Again, we'll just go right into our flitch mode here. Do you want to take a heading here, airplane? There you go. And let's go ahead and actually get this climbing more. Flitch level. There we go. Flight level change. We'll go right to our 380 chat, since again there is no ATC. Whoop. That's not what I wanted to do. 380. And now I want to go to CTW, so I have to put it in again right there. To execute, we'll go nav. We will there we go. I want you to go direct to the fix now airplane. I don't know why you're deciding to make a left turn there. But you go ahead and correct yourself now. There you go. Gonna have to put it in one more time just to fix it again. There we go. See if that'll help to stabilize her a little bit. Backer traffic for my Charlie's part in the area to the south. Beach Jet Guy, thanks for coming in today. I wonder who this could be. Beach Jet Guy. Dane Flats, if you're still watching, I did just accept your friend request there on Twitch. Thank you for that, sir. New York, Eisman, Vento, the world may never know. Thanks for coming in today, buddy. I believe this is Chris Wally. I'm taking a guess there. We're above 10,000, so I can go ahead and increase my flitch speed here. We'll do it 270 in the climb this time. Keep that on the D. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Thanks for being here, though. Thanks for coming in today. This is the third leg we're doing. We did Stewart to Teterboro, Teterboro to Akron, and now we're doing Akron all the way down to Naples for the third and final leg. So that'll conclude my flying for the afternoon when we get down to Naples. So some lengthy flying right here going down to Naples, Florida for sure. Let the passengers get up, smoothing the climb here. Yeah, we've certainly got a ways to go here, all the way down to Naples. 2 hours and 35 minutes. It'll get a little bit faster, I believe, once we get up to altitude and our cruise speed. But we'll see. Two hours and 33 minutes from now bring me right about to when I have my normal dinner time, about 5 o'clock in this house. Assuming everything's normal by then. Or normal dinner time or anything like that tonight. Let's see what is going on in the old household by then. Get rid of all this Akron information. All I'm worried about now is Naples, Florida. I was never furloughed, Beach Jet Guy. I've actually been employed the whole time, so I was never furloughed, so I did not need to worry about a recall notice. I just haven't been working a whole lot, because they are in the process of closing the New York base, so I'm going to be commuting to Chicago starting next month. But thankfully, I've been gainfully employed the entire time. Getting paid. Getting paid to not work a whole lot. But my time is coming. I'm going to be... Once February rolls around, I am going to be a very busy man, and unfortunately will not be able to stream as much come February, because real-world flying is going to kick back into full effect and there's just not going to be a whole lot of free time for me to really do a bunch of sim stuff and stream stuff. I'm still going to do my best to do some of the Virtua USA Flying Club events and all that, and stream whenever I can, but it's certainly not going to be at the quantity that I've been doing it over the last year, since I will, like I said, starting next month, it's going to be back to work, back to real life time, so I do apologize for that for those that watch me all the time and enjoy the stream all the time, but my time is coming to get back to work, and yeah, real life comes first. It's just the way that it is. Appreciate the follow, Beach Deck guy. Thank you. We are climbing right along here to our flight level 380, which will be our cruise. On our way down to Naples. And our beautiful CJ4. Looks like we might get some ATC here in a second. I think we're going to be crossing into some Indy Center airspace pretty soon, and Indy Center is online, so 1955. I'm just going to get that frequency ready to go. So we'll have that frequency all set whenever we get that contact me from Indy Center when we get to his center airspace. Right now, Indy Center's on, Atlanta Center's on. We would need Jacksonville and Miami to have full coverage all the way to Naples. So, see what happens as we get there, because we still got 2+ hours to go for all that to kind of happen. Look at this leg to Cintas, 579 nautical miles, chat, for this next leg that we're on right now. It's a lengthy leg. Right here. 577 now. So yeah, quite a ways to go for our next fix on our flight plan. But everything looks good. We're climbing away. A little bit heavier, so we're not going to climb as fast this time. We'll actually give ourselves a little bit more climb here. We'll go 260 knots for now. Eventually we'll just go into vertical speed as we get a little bit higher, when it starts to want to change over into Mach. Actually, I'm going to just do that right now, I think, chat. We're just going to go vertical speed 1,500. Climb vertical speed. So I don't have a personal Discord, Beach Jet guy. I only have there's the Virtual USA Flying Club Discord. But I don't have my own personal Discord. Speaking of the Virtua USA Flying Club, since I brought it up, if you're a VATSIM member and you enjoy general aviation flying, take a look at that Discord link right there. That'll get you into the Virtua USA Flying Club. It's a general aviation flying club that does GA-style events, usually 3 or 4 times a month. We've got 2 more events coming up in January on the 23rd and 26th, so a little bit of a gap until our next event. But if you enjoy GA flying and you're a VATSIM member, we'd love to have you in the Virtua USA Flying Club. The link to the Discord's been pulled up by Streamlabs there. You do have to read the welcome and the rules pages, so there is some reading that you have to do in order for you to get set up properly on the Discord. There are some instructions that you need to follow to get set up in the Virtua USA Flying Club Discord to get full access. So if you decide to join, make sure you read all that, but otherwise we'd love to have you aboard in the Flying Club. Our next event is coming up on the 23rd of January, so Saturday, January 23rd. It's a bit of a ways away to our next event, still 20 days out, but a 2 p.m. Eastern Saturday afternoon event that Mr. Melvin Leroy, aka Brant Nyberg, is going to be doing for the Flying Club. Scottsdale Flagstaff. Sedona's in there too. The banner is a little bit incorrect, but we do have a corrected banner for later posts. And Grand Canyon are all going to be involved. And then on the 26th, Tuesday the 26th, I'm going to be hosting the Wyoming Free-for-All from 7 to 10:30 Eastern on that Tuesday evening. We're going to do Jackson Hole, and I don't remember the name of any of the airports, I'll be honest with you guys. But we got those two events coming up in January in the Virtue USA Flying Club. But here's a look at the Flying Club Discord. Got a good group of guys and girls in there. A lot of conversations going on all over the place. Again, make sure you read this welcome page and the rules page and put the information you're required to put in the waiting room channel if you do decide to join the Virtue USA Flying Club. And that ends my shameless plug of the Flying Club for this moment. I'm sure I'll do at least one more on the way to Naples. Let's go down. We're going to do 1,000 feet per minute climb here now the rest of the way, I think, to 380. And we got a pretty decent amount of fuel on board for the flight, so it's going to take a little doing to get up to the 380. At some point we might even have to come down to 500 feet a minute in the climb so we don't get too slow. Let's go ahead and get a nice little wing view out here for a little bit. Looks like the Giants beating the Cowboys, which is a good thing. My mom is a big Giants fan, and they still got a chance of making the playoffs if they can get a win and Washington loss later today, or tonight. The Washington game is tonight at 8 o'clock, so we won't find out for a while. But if the Giants win, they'll have a chance, which will make my mom very happy, so I'm rooting for them. I do have that game on my TV off to my left here. There is the message that we're going to have to contact Indy Center chat. We were waiting for that. So let's go ahead and switch to his frequency on 1955. Give him a call.
Stand by 1 second.
Indy Center, good afternoon. Citation 124 Mike Charlie 325 for 380.
Diamond 85 Delta Delta, OSU wind, well, let's
it's not coming up, sorry. Columbus winds 26010, departure flight runway heading, runway 27 left, quick takeoff.
Fly, runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 27 left, Diamond 9085, Delta Delta.
November 124, Mike Charlie, Indy Center, squawk ident.
Ident.
November 124, Mike Charlie, radar contact 10 miles north and west of the Parkersburg VOF level 330, welcome aboard, climb maintain level 380.
Climbing 380, citation 4 Mike Charlie, thank you. There it is, chat. Now we have center,
November
Indy Center.
7, Charlie Bravo, leaving our space to the east. Washington's offline, radar services terminated, frequency change to advisory is approved. Show the flight, we'll see you next time.
Alright, we're going to go to 122.87, Charlie Bravo, have a great day, Happy New Year, 7 Bravo.
Same to you.
Good afternoon, Indianapolis Center. Citation 716 Delta Mike on the ground, India 68, ready to copy IFR over to Richmond.
November 716 Delta Mike, contact since the approach 123.
4,000 feet
723
to go for our cruise altitude.
2387, Citation 716 Delta Mike.
380. Okay, we'll have ATC for a bit here. We got Indy Center on, and then Atlanta Center is on. No Jax or Miami yet, though. Still 525 miles on this leg going to Cinta, our next fix. We're already looking at a little less than 2 hours on our ETA now that we're starting to get up towards our cruise altitude. Excuse me. Rona. Not really though, hopefully not.
FedEx 3305, climb maintain level 340, it looks like you're at 350. Yeah, sorry, descend and maintain.
Maverick 751, thanks for coming in today. How do you ident? That's a good question. So I actually didn't do the ident.
Indy Center, Diamond 9085, Delta Delta, 2000 for 3.
Diamond 85 Delta Delta, climb maintain 8000, and I'll have that one for you just a minute.
So I actually don't ident
8000, Diamond 95 Delta Delta.
through here, because I actually don't know how to ident. I did the ident on here, right here on the V-Pilot for VATSIM. I just clicked the ident button that way because, I'll be honest, I don't actually know how to ident on this thing. It's a pretty decent question. If anybody knows the answer to that one, be sure to let me know. But I did it the cheater way and idented only on V-Pilot for VATSIM. Probably could set up a hotkey Kitty Monster, I don't know though, to be honest. That's something I have to look at. It's not important because, again, because I have the V-Pilot, you know, it just kind of works.
Delta 1554, Atlanta Center on
Yoke has a button?
132.907,
There's no yoke though.
We
don't have a yoke in this sim. I think they said you have to use V-Pilot for now. Thank you, Deadeye 313. Yeah, so it looks like you kind of just have to use the V-Pilot method for now. Which is not the end of the world. We're getting a little slow here. I'm going to go 500 feet a minute for the rest of the climb. Only got 1,000 feet to go. 37 for 30.
Altitude. DHL 1337, Cleveland Center is offline. Your radar services are terminated. Frequency change to advisories approved. Show the flight. We'll see you next time.
Over to CTAP for Delta 1337, see ya.
Diamond 85
Delta Delta, proceed directly Falmouth VOR.
I'd be happy just not to CTD. That was just one time chance so you guys have good results. Yeah, I have had great results so far, Deadeye. With the 0.8.3, I haven't had any issues so far.
215 and when able direct Falmouth for 9085 Delta Delta.
So yeah, I haven't had any issues with this CJ3, the most recent beta so far, thankfully. Sly Tie, thank you for the follow. Thanks for coming in today. Almost at our cruise altitude, 380. In our beautiful green CJ4 as we're making our way to Naples, Florida.
For 13,000.
Delta 3245 Indy Center, good evening. Climb maintains level 380. You can proceed direct to adders. It's Alpha X-Ray Charlie.
Proceed direct access up to 380 for Delta 3245. Thank you.
And we are level at 380. We've hit our cruise.
Southwest 47.
Let the airplane pick up a little bit of speed. Let's get into the cruise detent. Let the aircraft speed up here. Going for about 0.77 Mach, because 0.78 is max, and we don't want to go right to the limit here. So we're looking for about 0.77 roughly. And we do have a pretty significant headwind off our right front here, 105 knots, so that's going to slow us down a little bit in terms of our ground speed. Some chatty people on base frequency right now, text pilots.
Indy Center 9085 Delta Delta, request stop climb.
November 985 Delta Delta, say requested altitude.
We'd like 4,000 for now. We're going to try and find a hole to get above. We're just picking up way more ice than I expected.
Copy that. Maintain 4,000 for November 85 Delta Delta.
4,000 for Diamond 985 Delta.
Always
Delta.
good to keep your heading bug centered, guys. You can just push the sync right here and keep that centered. We're still picking up a little bit of speed here now that we're at cruise. Take a look at our passenger view out the wing while we're at cruise here. Just a lot of overcast skies, but again, always a beautiful day above the clouds.
Indy Center, Diamond 985 Delta Delta, pan. We are unable to climb. We're going to have to get lower, and I think we're going to go back to Ohio State.
November, Diamond 85 Delta Delta, Roger, flighting 090, descend to maintain 3000.
090 and down to 3 for 985 Delta Delta.
So you don't have to do, he's declaring a pan, chat. Now, for those not familiar, pan is one step before emergency. As in, hey, I need a priority now before it ends up becoming a full-blown emergency.
You can now fly heading 050.
But you don't have to say pan like that. You just have to say it 3 times. Whatever your call sign, pan, 3 times, that's it. And you're good. Don't fly in nice conditions unless you have anti-ice. Yep, exactly. But, yeah, so that's what a pan is. It's basically one step before having to declare a full-on mayday or emergency.
And Indy Center, Diamond 995 Delta Delta. Can we stay at 2300?
November 85 Delta Delta, any lower, I can't provide radar services for you, sir, but maintain 2300.
2300, and I can't see out the window, so I've got an eye out for traffic. Thank you.
Looks like with this cruise set, we're not even going to get close to the barber pole. We're holding about 0.76 Mach. It might still just be ticking up a little bit here. But with that said, I'm probably going to try and step out of the cockpit here and use the restroom real quick for a second chat. So let me see if I can get that approved with ATC first, and
I'm sorry, last aircraft checking in, say again.
We'll go from there.
United 182, we have to be AFK for 5 minutes, if that's okay.
United 182, please make it 5 minutes or less.
Absolutely, 5 minutes.
Center citation 124 Mike Charlie. We also like to step away for about 5 minutes.
November 124 Mike Charlie, roger that, report back please.
We'll report back, thank you. Chad, I'll be right back.
Center citation 518 Tango Tango, time 0380.
November 518 Tango Tango Indy Center, good evening, welcome aboard. And Diamond 85 Delta Delta, are you able to pick up OSU visually? It's your 10 o'clock and 3 miles.
Indy Center, Diamond 985 Delta Delta. That's affirmative. We've got the field.
63 Alpha left, that's
Diamond 85 Delta Delta is clear to the visual 27 left approach.
Visual 27 left approach, Diamond 985 Delta Delta. Thanks.
November 6238 Alpha Indy Center, is that you checking in?
8 o'clock.
Copy. Indianapolis altimeter is 2988.
Indianapolis Center, Southwest 4405, true 1700 for 13,000.
Southwest 4405 Indy Center, good evening. Climb maintain flight level 370.
Climb maintain flight level 370, Southwest 4405.
I am back, chat, and probably just in time because it sounds like we're going to be right on the edge of the max airspeed here, so looks like I timed that just right. Citation 124 Mike Charlie is back on frequency. Thank you.
Welcome back, sir.
A little bit of bumpiness right here at 380 now in this part. A little bit of a wind shift.
Welcome back.
So we'll have to go with a little bit slower cruise power. We'll try about 97, 98% here on the N1. See what that does for us.
Indy, good afternoon. Squawk 6652, please.
6652.
Appreciate your patience with me stepping away there, Shet. Had to use the little boy's room.
Good afternoon, Indianapolis Center. Citation 716 Delta Mike is 12,000.
Drinking way too much cherry Coke right now, so it's going right through me.
Henderson VOR.
Really should be doing something a little bit stronger than cherry Coke.
Good evening. Climb maintain level 290.
Man.
290 716 Delta Mike.
Off, actually. It's not a bad idea. Maybe in a little while. Definitely a little bit bumpy up at in this area now at 380. If it stays really bumpy, maybe we'll think about climbing up to 400.
Alright, November 8870 Echo, you will radar contact 3-4 miles to the north and east of the rest would be west at
Let's get them to put their seatbelts on for the bumps.
Please fasten your seatbelt and shoulder harness at this time. Thank you.
So it's been some pretty crummy weather at Stewart, Teterboro, and Akron, but as we make our way down south here, chat, and we start getting towards Florida, it is a beautiful day down in Naples. Right now, the weather in Naples is just a few clouds at 8,500 and is much, much warmer. So we'll be going into some nice weather when we get down to South Florida.
November 124, Mike Charlie, Atlanta Center 132.97.
3297 for Mike Charlie. Good day. Center, good afternoon. Citation 124 Mike Charlie, flight level 380.
Citation 124 Mike Charlie, Atlanta Center, welcome aboard. American 2112, wind 2307, turn left, heading 140, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Look at that turbulence is kind of bumping us around here pretty good.
140, American 2112. Southwest 4311, you can resume normal speed, thanks for the help.
Resume in normal speed for Southwest 4311, thank you.
Call it light, occasional, moderate chop right now. Pretty continuous.
Delta 5138 on target. American 5302, welcome to Charlotte, taxi ramp via Echo, have a great afternoon.
This is ramp via Echo, thanks to ATC, make it
KLM 881 Atlanta Center, do not have a flight plan on file for you.
Looking good. Cruising along. A little bumpy, but nothing too crazy.
2112, last in, radar contact.
See what our passengers see in terms of the light to moderate chop out our wing here. A little bit of bumpy bumps. Nothing crazy, though.
Roger, turn left, direct Army, enable, climb and maintain flight level 310, resume normal speed.
Direct Army, normal speed, and 310, max on top.
Aircraft looking for taxi, what's the call sign? Delta 5876, Atlanta Center, runway 18 left, taxi Mike Charlie.
Captain Henry 1, affirm. Using the working title modded version of the Citation CJ4, it's the beta 0.8.3. Thanks for coming in today.
American 786, holding short 18 left, ready to back.
American 786, runway 18 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 18 left, American 786.
Citation 1, November
and Captain Henry, thank you for the
right
follow. I appreciate it.
090.
Thanks for coming in today. Just getting knocked around by some wind shear right now up at this altitude, which is why it's a bit bumpy. Getting constant light, occasional moderate chops.
Citation 1, November Delta, turn right heading 095.
95.
American 786, wind 2307, turn left heading 140, runway 18 left, for takeoff.
We looked at the Rex
Clear
weather force.
Takeoff 18 left, left 140, American 786.
I don't know if it would be better to go higher or not, chat. Low temperatures right here. Actually, I think because it's so low with the temperatures, we might not be able to kind of go up to a higher altitude right now for the cruise. Might be too cold.
Delta 1554, you can expect the visual approach 126 right.
Say again, Delta 1554.
Delta 1554, expect the visual approach 126 right.
Expecting visual approach 26 right, Delta 1554.
We're just gonna kind of have to ride it out here. Should smooth out, I believe, as we get further south.
American 786, radar contact, the altitude.
Still about an hour and a half
Crossing 1,200
on the way to Naples.
American 786, roger,
It's
turn
a
left, direct
lengthy
to
leg
Farming,
for
able,
the
maintain level
CJ4.
270, normal speed.
Say again, direct 786.
It's like we're the only arrival into Naples on VATSIM.
American 786, turn left, direct to Barmy, enable.
Clear skies below us where we're at right now.
Level 270.
Definitely a little bit on the bumpy side.
Left direct Brahmi, resume normal speed, level 270, American 786.
And we still got Atlanta Center for a little bit here in terms of a center controller. But we need Jacksonville and Miami to come online if we want ATC all the way. Right now there is nobody online, and we can take a look at VATSIM real quick. There's me, out of Akron. We're right here. We're coming in. We're in Atlanta's airspace. Jacksonville not online, and Miami not online, going out of Naples. So hopefully some people start to show up so we can get ourselves potentially full ATC down the road. But we'll see. See what happens as we get closer. VATSIM's not perfect. They don't always have ATC all the time. What did I do with my telephone? Chat. What the heck?
American 2270, Atlanta Center, radar
Be right back,
contact,
1 second.
research Mars, clock 2020. Delta 5876, wind 2307, turn left heading 140, runway 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 18 left,
Southwest 4968, radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Had a great flight. American 2270, cross Glavin at maintain 14,000, Atlanta.
All right, we're good to go now.
003.
Sorry about that.
Citation 1 November Delta, descend and maintain 3000.
If I was flying for real, I wouldn't be looking at my phone, obviously, chat, because it's the sim and we're on cruise. I'm just
Delta 21
taking a peek at all my notifications on my phone right now.
Delta 3, holding runway 26 left.
Aircraft calling Atlanta, say again, please.
Delta 453, holding runway 26 left.
We still have 376 miles till Cinta.
13 gust 18.
So we are just
turn
cruising
right,
along.
Heading correction 300, runway 26 left, clear for takeoff.
Delta 453.
A lot less bumpy now,
Takeoff, turn right,
which is good.
heading 330.
Hawk Air 430, Atlanta Center, squawk 2026.
Oh, 2026.
System-wise, everything looks good. Plenty of fuel still. Should be able to make it without any issues.
Citation 1 November Delta, turn left heading 340.
Listening to Atlanta Center on VATSIM as we're cruising along. Real world, you'd have a bunch of frequency changes through different Atlanta sectors, but because of VATSIM, it's just going to be the one gentleman right now.
Descend and maintain 12,000, Delta 5054.
Hawk Air 430, radar contact 60 miles southeast of Meridian, welcome aboard.
Hawk Air 430.
Seabird 7 Tango Golf, Atlanta Center, squawk high down. Speedbird correction 7 Tango Golf, radar contact 26 miles west of Hinge Mountain, welcome aboard. Citation 1 November Delta, McCollum Airport is at your 10 o'clock and 13 miles port the airport.
Thanks for coming in today, everybody, on this Saturday afternoon. It is a snowy Saturday afternoon in my area. So what better way to spend it than getting in the sim and doing some flying. We're in this Citation CJ4. If you're just recently joining in, we're going from Akron to Naples, where we are at cruise. Oh, what did I say? Saturday? Yeah, it is a Sunday afternoon.
1 November Delta, wind 28010, gust 15, runway 27.
Days of the week are irrelevant in aviation. But yes, it's a snowy
American
Sunday afternoon.
It
is Sunday, for sure. Snowy Sunday afternoon in New York. So thanks for coming in today and joining me as I do some flying on VATSIM in the Citation CJ4.
Residential 56 cross Ozzy at maintain.
Yep, you guys got me for sure. It's definitely Sunday. I'm still off tomorrow before going back on call on Tuesday, so for me it's my Saturday. It's my weekend still.
Delta 1554, reduce speed 210, then descend and maintain 7,000.
For the maintain 7,000, reducing speed 210. Delta 1554.
Speedbird 7 Tango Golf. Speedbird 7 Tango Golf. Cross Andre at maintain 13,000 and 250 knots Atlanta altimeter 3003. Uh, 250 knots.
Yes, 13,000.
Delta 2220, just maintain flight level 330.
Weird. looking at some stuff on my other monitor that was kind of weird, chat. Definitely smoothed out. It's just occasional light now. We can go ahead and turn the seatbelt sign off. I think it's smooth enough to let them up again. Nice, good top-down view. You guys can get a good view of the ortho scenery that Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 pumps out. Very nice, very lush, looks very realistic.
Frequency approved, JetBlue 159, thank you. Delta 2221, leave airspace, Washington is offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, have a great flight.
And we'll sync up our heading bug here just a little bit to make sure it's still centered.
Southwest 4311, leave airspace to the east.
Things that you just do to keep yourself focused when you're on a flight like this, because it is a pretty lengthy flight. We still got about an hour and 19 minutes to go before we get to Naples.
American 786, leave airspace to the east, Washington is offline, radar services terminated.
So I'm going to do this now so I don't forget later, chat, because I don't think the weather's going to change too much between now and then. I'm going to get my speeds in for Naples. We're going to experience a dry runway. The temperature is 25. The winds right now are 210 at 11. Again, even if that changes a little bit, it's not going to affect our speeds a whole bunch. Any ice is off. By the time we get there, we're looking like these speeds. So 99 and 106, we'll send that away. And now we'll make sure we actually have our V speeds in this time so I don't forget about that. One less thing to worry about as we move forward.
Delta 1554, descend and maintain 4,000.
Descend and maintain 4,000, Delta 5054.
Atlanta, good afternoon, Ember 746, flight level 350, we're approximately 10 miles from Noob.
Ember 746, Atlanta Center, radar contact, reset transformer squawk 2025.
2025, Ember 746.
Atlanta Center, Southwest 4405, flight level 370.
Southwest 4405, Atlanta Center, welcome aboard.
Again, I appreciate everyone that's joining in on this Sunday. It is a Sunday afternoon. Hope you guys are enjoying the CJ4 action. Not a whole lot going on at cruise, so I am maybe a little bit on the quiet side. I do apologize for that.
Delta 2135, I thought I sent you a PDC already, standby one. Citation 1 November Delta, are you parking on the north or south side of the airport?
So we can look at VATSIM as a whole right now. Take a quick break from looking at the screens there. We got myself right here.
November Delta, text rent via Bravo, have a great afternoon.
Still got a bit of a ways to go till we get to Naples. We're still with Atlanta Center here. Again, still no Jax or Miami Center yet, so until those come on, we might not have ATC the whole way. Looks like New York Center's got some action going on. It's my airport of JFK that I control. Looks like it's fairly busy on this Sunday afternoon. Always a good thing to see. Got Chicago, Indy, Atlanta centers are all online. On the West Coast, you got LA and Oakland both have centers on. Oh, Oakland actually just signed off. Look at that. Right there as it updated. But LA is on. Got some of the Canadian centers are online as well.
Delta 1554.
Moncton is on as well as Gander. Busy Sunday night in Europe as well.
Delta 5054.
And you just got us. Like I said, I believe we are the only arrival going into Naples. Yep, we're the only person going to Naples right now. So that's where we're at in terms of the VATSIM, in terms of what's going on in the world of VATSIM right now. just starting to learn the working title CJ4. Is there something on the FMS or MFD where you can see distance and or time remaining to destination? I don't know. Let's see. Flight log.
American 2270, expected visual approach 126 right.
Oh, that's cool. Tells you how long you've been in the air, how much fuel you used here. Flight management. Plenty of fuel.
Delta 453, I'm still showing you squawking standby.
Delta 453, the transponder mode switch says standby,
all the
but
VNAV
the
stuff is all
transponder
good.
Delta's norm.
Menu.
You need to break Delta 1554, turn right
next
heading
waypoint.
25 Judge 126 right left Roger.
I don't know.
Turn right,
that might not be what we were looking for. I think that's just MFD
Delta
data. That button doesn't work.
You need to change the selector switch to mode Charlie. Or to ALT, ALT.
Index.
Delta 5130 to be Mars space to the south, radar service is terminated.
Progress? Oh, there we go, yeah. Alright, so index right here, and then progress. Prog right there.
Delta 15,
and you can see we're about 44 minutes to Cinta. After that, we're about 48 minutes, and then you see our destination, we're about an hour and 31.
Again, Delta 5054.
Delta 15,
so that's, we got our progress page right there. Performance of, if you go to the next page.
305, Delta.
Performance page 3 is distance. Performance.
Center number 746. We're approaching our top.
There's no next page in performance, but I found it in the index. Index.
Atlanta Center cross shipper
progress. I saw you got at least this information.
Cross shipper outer.
It looks like gives you the next fix, the one after that, and then it gives you the destination as well. So it doesn't give you all of them.
Delta 1554 airport is at your 11 o'clock.
Did find that for you. So hopefully that helps you a little bit.
Airport not inside. Airport inside. Delta 1554.
Delta 1554 clear visual approach 126.
I learned something new right there too, so thank you for pointing that out. Having me search that up.
Delta 1554.
Delta 453. I'm still showing you squawking mode standby. If you can't get your transponder working, I'm going to ask you to sign off, please.
You can tell them to do it through the pilot client. Just tell them to hit the mode C button off the top left.
Delta 453, did you copy that traffic?
Delta 453, affirmative. The switch that you were telling me to use earlier, it's inoperable, so I can't really use it.
Delta 453, have you tried squawking mode Charlie on your pilot client?
Delta 453 negative, we'll adjust that.
Attention. Good evening, sir. KLM 881 and Charlotte Douglas. Request IFR clearance as file read for copy.
KLM 881 Atlanta.
I know everyone wants to be as real as it gets, but just hit the... Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. Since there isn't even the ident, you almost have to for this airplane, but just use the pilot client. It's there. You know, mode C, ident, all that stuff. It's very, very straightforward, very easy to use. Got to do ATC that favor, because this center controller is controlling everything right now, including Atlanta and Charlotte with no one below him, so he's pretty busy, so you definitely need to help him out as much as you can when it comes to that stuff.
Delta 2135, runway 27 right, text you. Enjoy it, Mike. Delta 1554, wind 29010, gust 17, runway 26 right, clear land.
It could also just be that that pilot is new and didn't know that he could do it through the pilot client either, so... It's good that there are other pilots on the frequency that are trying to help out. It's always a good thing.
Delta 453 Atlanta Center, still showing you mode standby.
Delta 453 trying to work out that right now.
Can I get a coach check, please?
Aircraft calling Atlanta Center.
CJ4 is added on the tune page also, but it didn't work in VPilot at the moment. Found the page. Performance Fuel Management, page 3. The title is... Okay. Performance Fuel Management, page 3. Oh, yeah, that gives you your estimated time en route to your destination. I see that now. Okay, awesome. Gotcha. I see what you're talking about now there. Thank you. Oh, you know what? I don't need these on right now.
Cleared Miami, flight level 370, via Queen 4, Fusion departure, initial climb 8,000 feet, squawk 2066, takeoff runway 18 Charlie. Depart frequency York 13297.
American 2270, reduced speed 210.
Alright, what am I going to now? Performance menu. Go back to my CJ trip. Where do you see
Atlanta
that?
Center, hello, Citation 96 Juliet Alpha with you, flight level 260.
Citation 926 Juliet Alpha, Atlanta Center, ident please.
Ident 6 Juliet Alpha.
Delta 2135, wind 29010, gust 17, runway RNAV to slaw, runway 27.
Oh, get back. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, thanks for
Citation 6 Juliet Alpha.
Thanks for watching today, while you're also doing your little flight as well there, Deadeye 313.
The Jedi arrival.
Appreciate you being here.
3003.
3003 and with the 7 to start. Citation 6 Juliet Alpha.
Delta 1554, welcome to Atlanta, cross runway 26 left on Delta, join Echo to the right. Have a great day.
Crossing 26 left, Delta to the run. Thanks for your service and have a great year.
Atlanta Center, Delta 1284 is up south on the ramp to 127 right.
Delta 1284 Atlanta Center, runway 27 right, taxi, Lima Juliet Mike.
Lima Juliet Mike, 1284.
Hawk Air 430, leave my airspace to the west. Memphis is offline, radar services terminated. Please tune proof of great flight. Presidential 56, instruct visual approach 126 right.
Definitely smoothed out the further south we got. It was a little bumpy there for a while, but we're looking good. Got a little broken cloud there. You can still see some of the ground down there. Excellent stuff currently, visually.
1273 Atlanta Center, ident please. Presidential 56, then via the outer runner off 126 right.
About an hour and 10 minutes out, roughly. Hour and 8 says the thing. Tack on a little bit extra in case the headwinds pick up, and also in the descent and slowing down for the arrival. I figure about an hour and a half, 15 to an hour and a half, roughly, for when we'll be on the ground in Naples.
Arrival, Charlotte landing south, Atlanta Center 3003.
Alright, Charlotte South, continue via Star 3.
Still nobody on Jacksonville or Miami centers, which is disappointing.
American 2270, contact line approach 125.7.
125.7, American 2270.
Still time for them to sign on and give me some ATC though.
Line approach 125.7. Presidential 56, confirming your landing runway 26 right. Presidential 56, contact line approach 125.7. Southwest 1116, radar contact 40 miles southwest of Hinge Mountain, north of Board.
Still got a while before we have stuff to do here.
716 if you see 5 minutes. I'll call you back.
Southwest
We're just chilling.
1116, Roger.
Hope you guys are having a comfortable ride in the back. Mr. Leroy is going to take a quick nap, apparently, in the back. Well, you got time. We're still, what is it saying? An hour and 5 out of Naples. So, yeah, you can get a little time to rest up there if you'd like.
FedEx 1273, have you considered respect the ILS report left 9 left?
Alright, ILS 18 left, FedEx 12.
Coming up on just over 3 hours and 30 minutes. I've been streaming for 3:34, my thing says. That's pretty good. Longer than my normal streams. But I got nothing going on a slightly snowy Sunday afternoon. I was thinking about going to a friend's house, but I have no desire whatsoever to drive my car in the snow right now. None whatsoever. Nice and warm and toasty in my room, though. I've got the space heater cooking. About 73 degrees in my room, feeling good.
And what's Charlotte ground frequency?
It's with me.
In that case, X-ray, Gulf Sierra 300, requesting takeoff, midfield 18 center, taxiway B5.
Okay, aircraft flying last center. I saw you sign in as stall 2. Can you please log out and reconnect using your call sign, please?
Got it.
American 2345 is ready for taxi, Charlotte.
Alright, Delta 2135, climb maintain level 350. American 2345, runway 1 left, taxi Mike Charlie.
Candy Monster says tank 1 for me.
18 left via Mike Charlie, American 2345.
Don't everybody fall asleep on me now. I know it's not exactly the most entertaining stream at the moment, but it'll pick up once we actually start getting close to Naples, have to do a descent and all that kind of stuff. And then an approach and a landing. And hopefully the landing rate meter will work this time, because it did not work on my second landing in Akron. Darn G's. In fairness to it, I did have to reset the sim at one point. Let's go ahead and get you at a wing view in the meantime for a little bit here. A little bit of realistic view action off the wing with the clear skies that we have now and the view of the land below. Oh no, I can't nap. I'm flying. You don't nap when you're flying. No napping allowed, chat. Not for me.
453 Lim airspace to the northwest, Memphis is offline radar services from mid, interchange for
Delta 43, changing frequency, have a good day.
See if the view's any better out of the other side. Nope, I actually like this side better. Very good.
FedEx 1273, have you maintained 12,000.
Maintain 12,000, Alpha.
Delta 983, checking in, call level 320.
Delta 983, Atlanta Center, squawk head down.
Get back
Delta
to our
983, radar
cockpit
contact
view.
1 mile south of Pulaski, welcome aboard.
Rear contact Delta 983.
Still a little bit of time before we get to Jacksonville Center. Still hoping and praying we'll get some ATC, but right now there's still no other ATC after we leave Atlanta going all the way to Naples, so we'll keep our fingers crossed, but if we have to go on Unicom, then we will do so, and we'll be able to do it without too much issue. We have the technology, as I said earlier. A little over an hour to go. Suddenly the Giants are struggling. They were up 20-6 at one point when I turned the game on. Now it's 20-16 and the Cowboys are driving again. So my mom's probably pissed off downstairs. It's like they suddenly forgot how to play defense.
American 2345, holding short 18 left, ready to go.
American 2345.
Are no events tonight, actually.
On
the VAT USA, excuse me, on the VAT USA calendar.
14018 left.
No events
takeoff, American
tonight.
2345.
Surprising for a Sunday. Obviously, you see the rest of the Sundays are all filled up, but no events on this evening for VAT USA, which is surprising. Oh, I'm going to do something off the screen real quick, chat. Excuse me.
FedEx 1273 heavy, reduced speed 210, then to maintain 6,000.
210 down, been down to 6 FedEx 4.
Sharp looking airplane.
Southwest 1115, roger. Southwest 1116, cross Ozzy at maintain 12,000 and 250 knots at line altimeter 299. Correction 3003.
Okay, Ozzy 12,000, 250 on that, so Southwest 1116.
American 2345 is climbing through 2,500 for 8,000.
American 2345, radar contact, turn left, direct farming enable, assume normal speed, climb maintain for Delta 350.
Direct Farmy, flight level 350,
sorry,
American 2345.
Ugh. Tower Thursday sounds interesting.
Delta
But yeah,
53, Atlanta Center, are you with me?
always good to give the ATC or the traffic to those that are controlling the minor fields for sure, especially during those kind of events.
Atlanta Center, 1284 through 11.2 for 14.
Delta 1284, Atlanta Center, climb maintain level 350.
Sorry for sneezing in your ears, chat.
1284.
Thank you, Kenny Monster.
Southwest 5280, Atlanta Center.
Oh, we're less than an hour to Naples, chat. It is almost time to do stuff. Almost. And unfortunately, it looks like we are going to be doing it on Unicom, because right now, still no ATC for Jacksonville or Miami.
Delta 53 across ship route, maintain 13,000, Atlanta altimeter 3003.
Alright, we'll cross tripper 13,000, and which direction we land in today for Delta 53?
Delta 53, we're landing west.
Alright, thank you.
Citation 628 Alpha, contact line approach 125.7.
Atlanta approach on 25.7, citation 628 Alpha,
Oh,
thank you.
bugging out there. A little bit of lag in the mouse. Sorry, chat. Wee, wee, wee. You can almost see there's actually a little line right here for where they got the ortho image kind of splits off. Something you normally see on like the X-plane ortho for XP, not normally on Flight Sim 2020. Interesting to note, though. Oh, definitely. No one can question how good this sim looks visually. You know, there's a lot of other issues that this sim has, obviously, still that they need to work on, but visually speaking, this sim is incredible. Without a doubt. I mean, you can just how real this looks when you've got like the wing view here, and you can see the kind of like the land and everything. It's spectacular.
FedEx 1273 Heavy, turn left heading 300 vector
Left 300 vector approach.
Probably going to be losing our ATC here shortly, chat, and going over to Unicom.
Southwest 5280, you can expect the ILS running 23 approach. FedEx 1273 Heavy, turn
So now that we're
left
getting a
heading
little bit closer, let's go ahead and review the arrival here. So after Cinta, it'll be Bobcat, then Hepox, Wosak, Inpin, at or below 310, so I have 310 set in the FMS, Valch, Shifty, Waters, Mazzy, Mimo, a 10, LaBelle, Ernie, Kosh, Cogdal, Tee-off going to Naples. What's interesting is that all this going into Naples, we're expecting to use the 2-3s, so we're going to have to come out and then potentially back around. So we might do a little bit of finagling of our own there if we don't have any ATC to make it a little bit easier on us. So it's saying expect radar vectors prior to tee-off. So somewhere around Cogdal, we might go do the final approach fix potentially, instead of going all the way to tee-off, since we're not going to be going around to land northeast where we're landing southwest at Naples. But we'll worry about that when we get closer, because we're expecting to do this. We're expecting to do the RNAV runway 23 from off-day, which is the initial approach fix, and then you got TEFDO, which is the final approach fix. So 2100 at off-T, 1600 feet at TEFDO, then on down. The LPV right here, all that. Visibility is fine. It's essentially just going to be a visual backed up by this GPS, but all good information to have. Plane's going to be doing most of the work. If we have a missed approach because it's a visual, we can probably just expect to do a left traffic pattern back to runway 32 if we have to do a missed approach. And then over there,
73 heavy, 5 miles from QED, maintain 3000 south, clear islands, runway left approach.
we want to go to Naples Airport Authority is right here, chat, right after this big Alpha Bravo intersection is where we're going to want to taxi off to. So when we land 2-3, if we can make Alpha 4 on the reverse, that would be awesome. Or Bravo, excuse me. If we can make Bravo, that would be great, because then we can just go Bravo right in. But if we go a little bit longer, then we'll have to cross the runway, come in, park over here. But either way, it'll be a left turn off when we get there. So kind of gives you an idea of what we're planning on doing on our way into Naples this afternoon.
AVAX 2281 heavy, Atlantic Center, welcome aboard.
So again, if we review our FMS, we wanted to be below impin at 3. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to put 300 in here, chat. Actually, let's delete.
Southwest 28, turn left heading 0 at 0 vectors for the descent.
Because we want to be at or below. So let's go at 1,000 feet below, because this airplane does cap a little late. So I'm going to do that just because I know the airplane has a tendency to capture the altitude late. We're going to go 300, so we're below impin at 310.
November 124,
Mimo
Mark
10.
Charlie, Mara Space to the south, radar services terminated, frequency change approved, help right 5.
Frequency change approved, 124 Mike Charlie, have a great day. There it is, chat. We're back to Unicom, unfortunately. Jack Center not on. We'll hear the boop 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 if we eventually have someone sign on with contact me and all that, but now we're back to boring old Unicom. But anyways, back to what we were saying. Impin, Mimo at 250 and 10, and then I think right around Cogdale is where we're going to try and then just kind of go direct to the off-doy, but we'll see when we get closer what it looks like. And if we still, of course, have to do all of our own vectoring or approaching into Naples if there isn't any ATC on at that time. So a lot of that's going to now depend on, you know, if we're still going to be on Unicom the rest of the way here, what we're going to do to get all the way into Naples, Florida there. So we'll see. Unicom equal. No, we're still going to stick to the flight plan. We're certainly not going to go direct to Naples. We're not going to fall into that trap. Stick to the plan. About 49 minutes out, it's saying. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Wow. Not much else for me to do, though, on a snowy afternoon up in New York. Still snowing out here? Not really. It's not really snowing a whole lot, to be honest, chat. The roads are slick, though. Not exactly a great day to be traveling or going anywhere. I like seeing all the stripes in the chat. You got the 3 stripes, Kenny Monster, 2 stripes, good fixins. Titanium Druid, you seem to have lost your stripes. I don't know what happened to you there, bud. You seem to be lacking in your stripes. But I did not end up working this week at all, Good Fixins. No, I never got called in this week. I'm back on call on Tuesday, so hopefully I won't be, you know, I would like to participate tomorrow night in the Bush League Backcountry Flying number 15, but I gotta wait and see, because if it looks like I'm gonna get be one of the first people to get called right at 4 in the morning on Tuesday, then I might not be able to, but I'm gonna try and go for the 10 a.m. reserve on Tuesday, hopefully, and potentially not get called or not have to worry about getting called in, so I can participate in that event tomorrow night. Black Diamond, thanks for coming in today. Good day to you, sir. Titanium Truitt is a very good man. There's no denying that. He is a man of the people. Don't mind me, I'm looking at work stuff on my phone actually, Chad, I apologize. I'm pumped for tomorrow night. It will be my first Bush League event. Got all the scenery installed. Very good, Good Fixins. Like I said, yeah, as long as I don't have any conflicts with work, potentially. Like if I'm not going to be potentially getting called in at 4 in the morning on Tuesday for whatever reason, then yeah, I look forward to being there as well. I do intend to stream it, chat, but if, like I said, it all depends on how the reserve schedule looks for me on Tuesday. But, yeah. Got a very fun Bush League backcountry flying up in Alaska tomorrow night, courtesy of Downwind Sim. Again, the link to that, oh, I had the link to that, what happened to it? You get the link for that. This is what we're talking about with this Bush League backcountry flying, chat. The link is right here. All the details you need are right in that link. There's a top of descent out there. You can see it, chat. Still a little bit of a ways away. But the airplane is drawing it, so we will be able to go VNAV once we get closer to it. Still no ATC for us right now. We're just all on our own, some on Unicom, just kind of chilling, hanging out. Catch you guys a view outside for a little bit. Go here. Get you that view for a little bit. Still the only aircraft that's flying into Naples right now on the network, according to VATSPY. Excuse me. From 575 plus, now we're only 48 miles away from Cinta before we get on to the Shifty 5 arrival. So we're definitely getting there. 41 minutes and change left. I would say about 45-50 minutes before we're on the ground in Naples. Excuse me. Sorry for clearing my throat and ears there. So it looks like the fuel burn is pretty good in this airplane, because right now we still got plenty of fuel. We'll have definitely enough to get to our destination, and this is a long flight, about 2.5 hours. So looks like if you pack this thing full of fuel, you could do about 3 to 4 hours worth of range for a flight, which is good to know for the future potentially. CTP in the set. Yeah, nope, that's not gonna. Not enough range for that, buddy. Not enough range for that. Unless you're making a couple stops. I don't think CTP controllers would be super happy about that either, actually, if you had to make a couple stops. I don't know, though. I don't think it's ever really been done, because obviously if you're not on a defined route, you're technically non-event traffic, so I'm gonna just assume that they're not gonna take too kindly to that, to be honest. I had fuel mid-flight. Oh boy. I think I'm okay. I'm not much of a CTP fan personally. Sometimes I'll get on and do ATC at Kennedy when Kennedy has it for as one of the options, but otherwise not particularly a big fan of the event as a whole, to be honest with you guys. Stop off at the Azores, it'll be very funny. Look at that. Little top of descent circle out there, about 150 miles away, chat. We're almost time. It's almost time to do stuff. Almost. Getting warmer. I'm gonna figure something out here real quick. That's about what I needed to see. Very good. Perfect. Alright. I have a plan if we're on Unicom the rest of the way still, chat. With Naples still going to be landing to the southwest most likely, I do have a plan for how I'm going to complete this approach in using the FMS. What'll happen is I'll go from Cogdale direct to the initial approach fix of Ofdoy, and that should work out. Yeah, that's just the thing. It's just super unrealistic good fixins. Good concept, just not, for me, it just doesn't work the way it should. So it is what it is. A lot of people love it, so they're going to keep doing it. It's their staple event. JFK on a normal day is terrifying. Hey, that's where I control. I'm a Kennedy Tower controller. I like when Kennedy is busy. Philly was a nice, relaxing tower. Yeah, Philly doesn't necessarily get as busy as Kennedy, that's for sure. We are in the gloriously big state of Florida now, by the way, chat. You can see the coast over here, parallel to about Jacksonville area, right around here. Florida's a very tall state, from north to south. Very big state. You just have to go and manually edit it, my friend. It's the only way to do it. Still have 50% fuel. We could easily take this thing for about 4 hours, honestly. Do long flights in this thing. That's funny. Couple thousand miles, yeah. It's supposed to be able to do exactly what the real airplane would do, I believe, in terms of range, so it's nice that the sim has it being somewhat close. Still no ATC. Still keeping our fingers crossed, chat. Look at that, we finally got to Cinta. We're making a turn. Or no, that's Bobcat. So we already actually even passed Cinta, but we're making a turn finally. Look at that. Let's go into our, actually, while we're turning, quick, go to the wing view while we're turning. Look at that view. Oh, yeah. Mesnak, thanks for coming in today, buddy. Good to see you, sir. Nice to see plenty of Virtue USA Flying Club members in the chat. So over here, Deadeye, camera, showcase cam. In the fixed cameras, it's actually external 5. External 5 gives you a wing view. External 6 also puts you on the other wing as well. So that's where I've got that from. Yeah, it is definitely a nice little view to have, for sure. Almost time to do stuff, chat. About 30 minutes out. We're getting close to our top of descent. About 80 miles. Because it's just starting to show up on our map right here. We get a little bit closer and there's still no ATC, then I'll start the airplane down on its descent. big state of Florida. Sun's still shining. We're on live time. We should be on live time. Let's see. Yep, we're still on live time. Very good. Live time and live weather. Excellent stuff. I'm gonna step away, chat, for one brief second to use the restroom before we start our top of the set. I will be right back. And we're back. Should hopefully hold me over until we get down to Naples. Almost top of descent time. Miles. So what I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to set that 10,000 feet now for Momo and let the airplane do the work from there on the VNAV. Vipers53, thank you for the follow. Thanks for coming in today. So I'm going to set 10,000. And I'm going to hit VNAV, and the airplane is going to take it when it gets to the top of descent. Getting closer to doing stuff, chat. About 25 minutes from our destination. Naples, Florida. Brian Kabisky, thanks for coming in today. Yep, we are almost at the top of descent down into Naples, Florida. Kilo Alpha Papa Foxtrot. took off out of Akron. Before Akron, we went from Teterboro to Akron, and before that, we did Stewart to Teterboro. So this is actually the third leg I'm doing on the stream, and we're about 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream almost in our CJ4. So we've been making some moves in this aircraft this afternoon. And we're almost there. Everybody that's just joining in, you've come at the right time. We're about to get to the top of descent here. I've been flying this thing quite a bit, Mesnak, no doubt about it. I have no idea how many hours I have in it, though. But I've been flying it a ton. Top of descent's coming. See the VNAV dot? It's coming in. Get ready to adjust the throttle here in a second as we start the descent. The time has finally come to do stuff. Leaving flight level 380. It'll level at flight level 300 at impin most likely. So we just need to be below 31, so I chose 300 for impin. And then it'll probably capture that and then wait until it needs to go for a further descent for Momo at 10,000. And the VNAV will do the work for us. Do I normally fly with real-world weather? Yes. Most of the time I try and do real-world weather. Absolutely. I am currently using Rex Weather Force 2020 for my real-world weather in the sim. Get a good view of the west coast, the Gulf Coast of Florida, as we're making our way to Naples here. Yeah, capturing our altitude here very soon. Oh yeah, I love the green on this thing. Altitude 3130 at least at Ipin. It's gonna out cap at Vapin. And again, it doesn't need to, it's recognizing that it doesn't need to go right down to 10,000 right away, chat. Because right now it's only about a 1,500 foot per minute descent. It'll retake the path when it gets a little bit closer before going down to 10,000 feet at Momo. So the VNAV, the computer is doing all the work in that case, the VNAV, and you can see there's another top of descent out there just past Valen. And the computer's made all those calculations already. So we can actually take a quick breather and go ahead and take a look out our wing view at least one more time. Might actually be a better view off the other wing this time, as we get the, there you go, with the Gulf Coast. It's all manual. There's no auto throttle in this Deadeye, so I'm just adjusting as I need to, doing it by just, you know, almost by feel. And you can't necessarily feel it, obviously, but I'm just doing it by, you know, visually keeping an eye on the airspeed and by feel, and, you know, seeing what works. Still no ATC for us, so it looks like we're probably going to be going the rest of the way in on our own here. Yeah, more or less, just kind of keeping an eye on everything, since there is no auto throttle. Doing it by sight, by feel, however you want to put it. We're going to start descending again here pretty soon once it hits that top descent for the 10,000 at Momo. Here's the turn. The top of descent's going to come again pretty soon. There's the dot coming down, and here we go. $10,000 for Momo. And then we've got some, we're gonna do something after we get to Momo. I'm gonna work on the box a little bit. If we still don't have any ATC by the time we get close to Momo, I'm gonna eventually do something where we're gonna just kind of go direct to the initial approach fix for the RNAV to 2-3, and that'll help guide us in for the visual there. No, I'm not going to use the Microsoft ATC. I'm going to just go on Unicom on VATSIM and kind of do it on my own. I have a good idea of what I'm going to do. Getting a little fast there. We don't want to overspeed. If we zoom out, we should see the descent banana. Yep, there it is, close to Momo. So right here, chat, this is what I plan to do. If ATC doesn't come on between now and the time we get to Momo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this off-Doi intersection, which is the initial approach fix, I'm going to bring it up to be after Cogdal. So from Cogdal, I'll go direct to off-Doi, and that'll just bring me right in for what would be the RNAV 23, and because it's going to be a visual backed up by the RNAV, it'll just make my life a lot easier, so I don't have to worry about it, you know, not having the ATC, so I don't have to worry about any vectors or anything like that. I might have run out of music on Spotify. Yeah, my music stopped. So let's hit the play button there. Restart it. The music. Do one more weather check over at Naples. Winds 23011. Oh boy. Things just got a little bit more interesting, chat. The weather at Naples is 23011, 8 miles. Look at the ceiling is now broken at 700. So now we actually have to do the full GPS runway 23. And we do have, thankfully, the minimums to get in with it being broken 700. But we are going to have to now do the full approach into Naples. So it just makes this that much more important. So off Doi at 2,100, 1,600 at TEF2, then on down. The LNAV min is going to be 500 and 1.5, which we should have because we're doing 700. So that's good. So just to spice things up a bit. We are going to have to do the GPS to runway 23 in full with the weather having now apparently gone down at Naples. So look at that. Stick around for a full 4 hours and 30-something minutes, a little bit longer, and you're going to get yourself an entertaining approach here very soon into Naples, chat. So this is what we're going to do. I still don't see any ATC on, so I'm going to make my edits here. I'm going to go off Doi. After Cogdal, I'm going to execute that. So now after Cogdal, I'm going to go right in. And then I'm also going to eventually see if the VNAV will take me all the way down to 2,100. So I'm going to set 2,100 now. And the VNAV should take me correctly to that 2,100 without any issues since it's all in there appropriately now. So we're going to let the VNAV keep doing the work for us. without the without any ATC. And if ATC does come online and we have to change things, well, that'll get interesting in and of itself. But for now, there is nobody online, so. And I mean, we're only about 15 minutes out, so we had to start making decisions on our own, knowing that we might potentially not have any air traffic control. We are below flight level 180, so let me get the altimeter set appropriately. The altimeter at Naples is 001. Sim showing 003. I'm going to let the sim, since it's more accurate with whatever Rex Weather Force is showing. We'll let that take it for now still. Oh yeah, got a little curveball in here. Anybody that's just joining the stream, you've come at the right time. About 15 minutes out. And we're going to be doing the RNAV to runway 23 in Naples with the weather having gone down now. So the VNAV will not, it won't blow through. Is what. So right now you see, look here. 10,000 is what you have at Momo. So it'll hold it, capture and hold 10,000 feet at Momo, even if I have the bottom set at 2,100. And then it will do the appropriate path from there, down from 10,000 to 2,100 to get at that initial approach fix that we're going to for that altitude. So the computer does all of that for you. So it won't just blow through. It's not going to go right to 2,100 unless the VNAV calculates that it's going to need to do that. It'll level off at 10,000 feet at Momo if it's appropriate. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there, good fixins'. But right now I have my plan. And right now there is no ATC covering Naples. Start slowing up here, chat, because we do want to be 250 knots at Momo. $11 for 10, at least for Momo. So you can see it looks like it does want to do an ounce cap here, chat. So it is going to capture that 10,000 feet at Momo and probably give us another top of descent a little bit further down the line here. Yep, you can see that new top of descent that just came right here, so that we're going to get to our initial approach fix at the 2,100. So that's the example that we were looking for. The airplane's doing all that work for you. And it is functioning right as it should, which is it's great. It's phenomenal that they've been able to edit this to the point where it is functioning properly, the VNAV is working as well as it does. So very good job on working title. But we're all set up and ready to go for this approach, chat. We're all briefed and everything. We're looking good. Shouldn't have any issues. Can definitely see it's overcast, so we are gonna have to make this entertaining RNAV approach. A little bit too fast to 250. We're doing the New York 250 right now, chat. Let me pull back the speed here a bit. How is the FMS with doing Direct 2? Does it screw things up like out of the box autopilot? No, Loungefly, it does not, actually. If you do the Direct 2 function, all that has also been working as it should. I'm not going to be able to showcase that to you right now because I'm on a committed plan. But no, this FMS really is very nice and with this mod and everything. So I would highly recommend, if you don't already have this working title mod, that you get on it, because it is good stuff. I will get you guys the link, actually. I'll do you guys the favor, if you don't already have it, there's the link to the mod for the CJ4, the working title version 0.8.3, which is the current beta. It is exceptionally good. Oh yeah, you know what? That's a good call. We should really tell these passengers to get seated, huh?
May I have your attention, please? At this time, please comply with the illuminated seatbelt and no smoking signs. Thank you.
Good call there, Brian Kabisky. Good call. Get them to sit down and shut up. We did already remember, thankfully, to put the approach speeds and all that in, so that's all set and ready to go for us. And that top descent's coming. Once again, to get us at our altitude for the initial approach fix. About 10 minutes, I would say, chat, till we're on the ground in Naples. So you are here at the right time. And if they're not here right now, it's their loss, chat. We're the ones having the fun. Oh, the weather just adjusted for different airport. Hopefully it'll adjust again when we get closer to Naples, so that'll be accurate. We'll see. It's a little bit more visual than I think it is actually right now in Naples. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Brian Kabisky. This is going to be our last view outside, chat. The rest of the way we're going to be focused in the cockpit. So our last view as we make our way towards the western coast of Florida, towards Naples. Enjoy the nice views, and we're going to be focused in here the rest of the way. Especially with that top of descent looming, because here it comes. Again, this will take us to our 2,100 feet for the approach into Naples. Excuse me, Naples. Jesus. 2100 at Off-Doy. Hypnotic Siege, thanks for coming in today. Good to see you, sir. And everyone who's just joining, you're here at the right time, because the fun has just started. What color was Freud's slip? This is supposed to be a PG-rated chat. Hi, Delilah. Look who came barging in just in time for a landing. Delilah has just come barging in. Hi, what's up, girl? What's going on? What are you doing? I'm kind of busy. I'm kind of like right at the critical point of the flight, and you come barging in. Do you want to watch? Hello? She's just standing there, chat, right behind me. She wants me to scratch her butt, but I'm kind of busy. Kind of preoccupied, girl. What are you doing? I'm kind of flying, and it's the important part, okay? I'm sorry. I gotta do this. Yes, okay? Now, you guys can't see her, because she's always just a little bit too low for the webcam, but she's here. She's pushing the chair. Chat, I'm trying... Delilah! Oh, I gotta use the controls, girl! You can't be pushing the chair like that. Come on. Yeah, you can stay right there if you want. That's a good spot. Right there. Yeah, it's a good spot. Oh, yes, yes. You're such a good girl. Yes, you are. What? No, she wants to play right now. It's not playtime right now, Delilah. I gotta land the plane. I gotta do it. I'm sorry. There's 22 people that are watching me and relying on me to get them down safely. I gotta do it, chat. Or I gotta do it, Delilah. I gotta do it. You can watch. You can watch if you want. Yeah. Yeah. She's laying on the floor behind me now, chat. She's gonna hang out while we do our landing here. Naples traffic, citation 124 Mike Charlie. About 30 from the field, we're going to be doing the RNAV, runway 23, Naples traffic. She's just chilling on the floor, now hanging out, chat. She'll have to watch and observe like everyone else from behind with her seatbelt fastened. Might get a little bouncy in these clouds, chat. A little cumulus action. And I will slow up a little bit more before we get to Off-Doy. Probably go about 210 and Off-Doy. Start to get ourselves set up for the approach. Again, after Off-Doy, it's 1,600 at TEFDU. You guys can see it right here real quick. 2,100 Off-Doy, 1,600 TEFDU, and then we're going to go down to round up 500 right here. Very nicely done, airplane. I really hope that the Rex Weather Force updates here pretty soon. Otherwise, we're going to have better ceilings than what is actually true right now at Naples. So fingers crossed that it actually works out as it should. We'll see soon enough. Come on, baby, update. Update, update. Come on, come on, come on. I don't want to start it and restart it because then the sim is probably going to get weird. So we're just going to let it be whatever it is.
Altitude.
Coming up for our 21 at Ofdoy, and then after Ofdoy it's 1,600. I don't think you can force Rex to update because it doesn't really let you, it doesn't have that option. So unless I stop and restart, but again, I don't want to do that because that might mess up the sim quite a bit. So we're going to just let it be. We're going to let it ride. So now we can go down, take the VNav off. It's 1,600 feet.
Altitude.
$1,600 feet. No. Come on, plane. 1,600 feet for TEF2. Please cooperate. There we go. Yeah, if you want to get your landing rate predictions in, just like Kenny did, now's the time. You do not need the exclamation point predict. You can just put in a number, and the landing rate meter will hopefully work this time, and take a guess at what my landing rate's going to be. Again, no prizes, just pride. Naples traffic, citation 124 Mike Charlie, about 10 miles out. RNAV, runway 23, Naples traffic. Now's your time to get them in. Let's really start to slow up here as we get to the final approach fix. We'll get the first notch flaps in. Our next altitude, again, we said the bottom is 500. So we'll set 500 feet. We'll get the gear down. We do have the runway in sight already. And there's TEF2. Now we can go down to our bottom of 500, chat. And we'll get the flaps all the way. We can see our VREF, V approach right there. We're looking good. Fortunately, it doesn't look like Rex is going to update in time, but oh well. Still a pretty approach. Last chance for your landing rate predictions. Bit of a breeze still from the left, but it's starting to come on out. Let's go ahead and get rid of the autopilot and do this by hand. Got a little low because we were going right to the mins. Kind of hold this altitude for a minute until we get a better angle on the runway. Okay, we got gear down, flaps down. Naples traffic, citation 124 Mike Charlie, 2 mile final, runway 23. Naples traffic. Still getting pushed a little bit off from our left here. We're correcting for that. I'm right about where I want to be here. This airplane loves to float. Minus 174. Kenny Monster, you're going to be off by 1, sir. The famous Kenny Monster 173 was so close. It's like we did cross the runway here. So we are going to have to make the left turn here at Charlie. And then we'll cross. Naples traffic for Mike Charlie is clear of runway 23. We're crossing runway 1432 on Alpha. Naples traffic. Because we want to park over here at Airport Authority, which is going to be right here. This whole big old ramp. Naples traffic, citation for Mike Charlie is clear of all runways at Naples. Let's go get ourselves some princess parking right at the door, chat. Welcome to Naples. Yeah, it's another thing that needs a lot of work, Mesnak, no question about it. So we're gonna go give ourselves this princess parking, chat. Right at the door. Shut it down. Welcome to Naples, Florida. There we are. Alright. This airport actually doesn't look too bad for default. Kill all the lights. Beautiful west coast of Florida. Downtown Naples all over here. Again, very nice overnight every time they used to come here when I flew charter. I do kind of miss it. Good stuff. Florida looks really, really good in Flight Sim 2020. For sure. But alright, chat. That's it. That's gonna do it for me. I've been on for almost 5 hours. 3 legs. We went from Stewart to Teterboro, Teterboro to Akron, Akron, all the way to Naples, Florida. So we made it from snowy Stewart and eventually all the way down to here in Naples, Florida. So when I flew charter, I actually flew a Beechjet Hawker 400 and a Citation CJ3. So it's very similar to the CJ4 in the sim. I used to fly a CJ3 as well. Man, I wish I was in Florida right now. It's way too cold in New York. It would feel so nice in Florida right now. But alright, like I said, chat, that's going to do it for me this evening. Thank you for coming in today. I really do appreciate it, guys, as always. Let's see who's streaming right now so we can get a raid going. So hang on 1 second. Don't just disappear on me yet. Let's see who's streaming. We got 7-5. Oh, Nick Grezel. Let's get Nick Grezel some viewers, chat. He's only got 1 guy watching him right now. Let's improve that here. So let's go and take a look at. Well, hold on a second. Is his thing actually? Oh yeah, his sim's going. All right, let's go and check out the Virtual USA Flying Club member Nick Grezel. He's streaming. It looks like he is on X-Plane 11, flying a 737. So let's go ahead and say hello to him if you don't mind. Again, thank you guys so much for coming in today. I really do appreciate it. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Have a great night, and as always, stay safe. Good night.